Good evening and welcome to the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority meeting of January 27th, 2026.
Yes,
actually.
sorry.
Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Gandisberry,
Present.
Councilmember Peacock,
Here.
Councilmember Bruce,
Here.
Councilmember Grant,
Present.
Councilmember No Fire,
Here.
Councilmember Hinkle is absent, Councilmember Blodgett,
Here.
Councilmember Dixon,
Here.
and Mayor Heikler. I'm sorry, Mayor Holman.
Here.
Sorry. Gotcha.
All right, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. And next item is council announcements, and we will start in Ward 1.
And everybody that's made it out here tonight, we appreciate you coming out, especially with the weather like it's been. That being said, thank you to all of city staff, our fire department, our police department, for everything that you've done over the last 5-7 days to get ready for the storm and help the city be able to go through the storm with you. Want to announce also, I will be having a town hall Thursday, starting at 4:30 at the East Side Library. We got the room all the way through the closing time, so bring your questions, come out, say hi. Also wanted to announce that there's a chili cook-off at the Cross Point Church for the Pike Off on, what is that? This Friday, right? And everything, so please join them if you can. They're using it as a fundraiser for Pike Off. So anybody with the, against OTA, anything like that, please show up right across the street from Ward 1 over there. I want to thank everybody that went out in the pit count teams this past weekend with the frigid weather and everything else to help us get that truest count as we could to be able to help those in need. I also want to thank Evan Taylor from Original Township, having me out for a walkabout and talk and learn about the town side and the Reed area and everything like that as a whole is very much appreciated. Also, Ward 1, we are looking for candidates for the Human Rights Committee for Ward 1. And I'm also looking for somebody possibly for the Economic Development Committee in Ward 1 also. So if interested, get on the website, put your app in and everything like that. We're going to give those a look over.
Okay, Ward 2,
No announcements for Ward 2. Thank you.
Ward 3,
Yes, good evening, Ward 3. I'd just like to say thank you to the police and fire and streets and roads. A lot of pressure last 3 or 4 days, but I appreciate it. This Friday, I'll be having another listen and learn. I'll be putting that online, be at the Pink Pig again from 6 to 8, and looking forward to see some residents there from Ward 3. Thank you.
thank you. Ward 4,
Yes. Good evening, Ward 4 and City of Norman. There will be a neighborhood and stakeholder meeting on Saturday, January 31st from 9:30 to noon at the Alameda Church of Christ. This informational community discussion centers neighborhoods and stakeholders in the original town site, First Courthouse, and Morningside Edition, also known as Bishop Creek Neighborhood, and the Alameda Church of Christ congregation. Attendees will hear presentations from the City of Norman, City Care, the Cleveland County Continuum of Care, and Home Together Norman. Questionnaires will be distributed before the meeting. Later, neighborhood and stakeholder leaders will sort and direct questions to the relevant presenters. There is an event link also on Facebook. Last, I would like to extend my thanks to city staff and other frontline workers for working 24/7 and 12-hour rotating shifts with all available equipment on the roads. And I definitely want to thank those city workers that repaired the broken water line on South Pickard. Thank you.
thank you. Ward 5,
First off, I'd like to say hello, good evening to the City of Norman and Ward 5 specifically. A couple of announcements. Councilor Gansberry beat me to the punch as far as the Pike Off Chili Cook-Off, but just to reiterate, if you know anybody that's affected by the proposed turnpike, then please come on out and eat some chili and help us out a little bit and just see what we have or what we're about and any information that we have to offer. Next, I would like to say that I'm having a town hall take two since the last one kind of got inclement weathered. This Saturday, the 31st, from 11 to noon at the East Library. And I will be available, as will the three candidates for Ward 5, to speak with and get to know their platforms as well, among all the other information for everything that we're honestly going to vote on tonight for the April ballot. And then last, I would like to say thank you to the city staff as well for all the hard work that they've put in this weekend, whether you've seen it or not. I promise you they've been working. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 7.
Yes, hello, City of Norman and Ward 7 specifically. I don't really have any announcements, but I do want to send a huge shout out to all the city staff that has been working to clear the roads, like other council members have said tonight. You're have done a great job. But I also wanted to send a huge shout out to OU girls basketball team for being back in the top 10. That's awesome. It's been great watching them, and the boys too. But both teams are doing really well, but I'm just so impressed with how the girls are doing this season, and Chavez is amazing. So anyway, keep up the good work, girls.
Thank you. Ward 8.
Just a shout out to utilities for keeping all of our pipes and open and running. Everybody loves water and loves getting rid of the water. Good job, Chris. Also, shout out to Public Works for keeping our streets clean, and a shout out to Parks and Rec for all the parking lots and sidewalks around city buildings. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also just want to thank all the volunteers and organizers of the pit count last Friday on one of the coldest nights I think we've seen in a while, and trying to get that one-time snapshot anyway of who we think in our community is potentially living on the street or does not have a home in that circumstance. So I appreciate everybody taking their time and volunteering to do that. Also want to recognize Norman's own Jennifer Baker. Last week received the Governor's Arts Award. Jennifer is the director of the Sooner Theater programming, and very valuable asset to the Norman community, and it was exciting to see her recognized by the governor up at the state capitol last week, and just a great example of people in Norman that do really great things for our community, and so I wanted to make sure we recognized her. And then also just recognized two businesses that we cut the ribbon on last week. Blended Love, The Experience, which is located in Ed Noble Parkway, right next door to Skechers. And they just had their ribbon coating last weekend, and then immediately had a plumbing issue that caused them to not be able to open for a few days. And then the weather hit, and they weren't able to be open. So I would definitely encourage everybody to consider checking out that new restaurant when you get a chance, locally owned, small business. And then also Juliet Oyster Bar and Steakhouse, which opened a few months ago downtown Norman on Main Street, but had their official ribbon cutting last week as well. So another small business trying to make it in Norman, and so appreciate them, and would encourage everybody to check them out. And then also wanted to thank the staff and people out at the National Weather Center for inviting me out the week before last and giving me a 2-hour tour of the facility and getting to meet several different departments who, again, work on weather data, not just for our state, but for the entire United States and really globally. And so one of my favorite things to tell people when I'm visiting somewhere else, when I say I'm from Norman, one of the things we have is the National Weather Center. And so your local weather channel, the data that your forecasters are looking at is probably coming from Norman, Oklahoma, from the National Weather Center. And that's really one of the things I'm real thankful for to have here. And just the staff and what they do, it was just really amazing to see. And they had people that were in the new Twisters movie. They had some of the trucks that were in the movie they have there, and they use them every day. And so I just appreciate them inviting me out there. They said I was the first mayor they think that's ever come and toured the National Weather Center, which was surprising to me. So I don't know, but that was what they said. And then also want to encourage everybody this Monday the small-scale development workshop at the Standard on February 2nd, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Open to anybody. There's still spots available. I think there's some scholarships to cover the cost of being there. But if you're a person that owns a single piece of property in Norman, and you're interested in, even if it's not in Norman, but anywhere, and you're interested in ways that what could you do with that piece of property yourself without having to potentially go out and spend a bunch of money hiring a builder and a architect and going through the city process right away. And so this workshop covers things like power of the incremental approach, small-scale development, business models and skill sets, right-sizing your project, zoning, buying property, building arts 101, market research and site selection, project pro formas, financing a project, and exercise, site planning and pro forma, and several other topics where, again, if you have a small piece of property, or a big one, whatever, but if you're a small-scale developer, you've never done a project before, you're trying to figure out what you need to do, I would encourage you to check out this workshop at the Standard on Monday, February 2nd, and you could check out the city website for more information on that to sign up. And then also just wanted to mention the Norman Mardi Gras Parade is coming up on February 7th in downtown Norman, and would encourage everybody to get out and enjoy that. I think we're still the only city in the state that has a Mardi Gras parade and celebrates it. So I encourage everybody, just one more reason to go to downtown Norman, one more reason for the street to be closed off at nighttime for an event. So encourage everybody to check that out. And then lastly, just again, thanking city staff and everybody that was working this throughout the weekend, whatever job it may have been that kept our city going, whether it be keeping the streets cleared or the pipes running or showing up to a business that needs to be open for people, whatever it may be. We appreciate you doing that and want to encourage everybody to do your best to try to support small businesses, many of which had to close the last several days. And for many of us, it may feel like, oh, we get a day off from work or whatever, and that can be nice. But for a lot of people, it really costs a lot of money for them to be closed for a Saturday, a Friday night, a Saturday night, when you're a restaurant or something like that. So for many of them, that was lost revenue. For their workers, that's lost income and pay. So really consider supporting locally owned small businesses in Norman over the next few weeks, but really all year round. And that's all I have for this week. And we will move on to the next part, which is the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that the City Council, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. If any item proposed does not meet with approval of all council members, that item will be heard in regular order. Staff recommends that item 1 through 30 be placed on the consent docket. I'll entertain a motion to place items 1 through 30 on the consent docket.
Motion.
Second.
Motion on the floor is to place items 1 through 30 on the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to place items 1 through 30 on the consent docket passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent docket.
Motion.
Second.
Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket? Seeing none, the motion on,
I'm sorry. Councilmember.
oh yeah, Councilmember No Fire.
No Fire.
So a constituent has asked me to provide a little insight on what on-call contracts are, just real quick, if we could, before we...
Sure.
Yeah.
Chris.
Chris Mattingly, Utilities Director. Yeah, the on-calls are just, we go on and tee up a bunch of consultants for certain small jobs. And so what we do is we're able to utilize those smaller contracts, and we have a little something, instead of doing little projects versus going out for a request for proposals for just a small project and making them all turn in proposals and reviewing it. we have them all ready and ready to go under contract for small jobs, so.
The motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
You already voted. And cast in the motion to place items 1 through 30 on the consent docket, to approve the consent docket, passes unanimously. I apologize, I've been sick.
All right, on to the non-consent docket. Item number 31 is consideration of ordinance rezoning property generally located east of US Highway 77, south of East Cedar Lane, and north of Post Oak Road from a PUD planned unit development and place same in a PUD planned unit development. And I will recognize Councilmember Peacock for an announcement.
Regarding items number 31 and 32, and pursuant to Section 2-103D of the city's code, I intend to recuse from the discussion and the vote on these items because I have an actual conflict since I have worked professionally on previous phases of this project.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to allow Councilmember Peacock to abstain from item 31. Motion. Okay, and do we need to vote?
Yeah.
All right, council members, you may cast your votes on that.
You're voting on the abstention. All votes have been cast. Motion to allow Councilmember Peacock to abstain from item 31 passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Is there a representative of the applicant here to make a presentation?
Hello, my name is Libby Smith on behalf of the applicant. So this is a proposal for a property at the south border of Norman. It's about 151 acres, and you guys may have seen this property before. We just rezoned it about last year to a PUD, and this is a request to come back and amend that PUD in order to revise the site plan and add additional uses. So this is currently zoned PUD, just like pretty much everything around it. The AIM Norman character area is corridor and suburban, and then the future land use is commercial, and we're not requesting a change to any of that. So here's the new proposed site plan. The major differences between this, and I'll move on and compare in just a minute, but the resort on the eastern portion was there last time, and then the blue multifamily section we are adding that to this PUD. It was previously planned to be part of the resort, and we've kind of changed course. And then we are kind of adjusting the commercial site plan as well. So here you can see it approved or compared to the 2024 approved plan, that east or western portion of the resort is now the multifamily residential. And then some of the streets and lots of the commercial have changed as well. So here's the plan in context. We're proposing about 334 multifamily residential. It'll be a mixture of traditional apartment buildings and townhomes. We'll still keep the highly amenitized resort, just like it was approved in 2024, and then we're still proposing that retail commercial along Classen. So about 35% of the property is preserved as open space, so it will be a pretty green development. And there will be a substantial buffer along the east, but with, did my microphone go out? Okay, there we go. So here's the preliminary plat. And then this is a slide that we've stolen from the 2024 presentation that just shows how large that pond on the property is and kind of highlights some of the amenities that will be included in the resort. So in summary, we're really rezoning in order to amend the site plan and add that multifamily residential component. We're keeping a lot of the resort and a lot of the commercial and then adding those 334 units of multifamily. It is already aligned with the current zoning and the AIM Norman, A quote from the staff report is, "The proposed development is consistent with the AIM-Norman Comprehensive Land Use Plan by promoting mixed use, incorporating interconnectivity via streets, sidewalks, and trails, providing landscaping, including opportunity for big box stores, and preserving open space." Once again, there's 35% open space, and it received unanimous Parks Board approval with a fee in lieu going to the park that's directly north between it and the links. And then we received unanimous Planning Commission approval. And then as part of this, we are also requesting a floor amendment. We met with a couple council members, and they've requested vertical mixed use be added as a permitted use in the PUD. And so I have language that we've proposed to add to Exhibit D, which is the allowable uses in the PUD narrative. And it says that mixed-use buildings featuring a combination of residential, commercial, retail, or office uses within a single building. And so we'd request a floor amendment adding that to the PUD narrative.
Okay. And are there any questions from council regarding this item?
Councilmember Blodgett?
I would like to recognize Councilmember Blodgett for an announcement.
Yes,
Amendment.
thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to amend the PUD narrative as submitted.
Second.
Okay. And then,
Okay, so we'll need to take a vote on the amendment.
and I need to take any questions from council and then from the, any questions from council on the amendment?
Seeing none, Mayor?
Councilmember Bruce, are you trying to press, okay, sure, sometimes the button doesn't work.
Sometimes
so-
it doesn't work.
Okay. And this is an opportunity for the public. Are there any questions, comments about the amendment? Yes, please.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. So again, this is part of my regular sort of PUD series. There's a lot of stuff on the docket today that involves moving from PUD to PUD, and it seems like it's a very strange way to do zoning for our town. In particular, given that basically what we're doing is we're looking at particular site plans, which may not really be what you guys should be up to. You're supposed to be guiding the sort of character of what's going on. And as soon as someone's business plan changes, we have to come and do something like this. So what I want to suggest is that we get to work on having a zoning rules that don't necessarily involve just developers having to run stuff past you, but also always asking you for permission to sort of violate the rules as it is. We can come up with a vision for sort of how we want parts of Norman to be, very much like the Center City visioning process, right? This is kind of a strange way to go about doing all of these things. So now I realize that doesn't tell you what to do about this one, but at some point in time, I think you're not going to get anything done on new zoning unless someone decides, yeah, let's just not do PUD to PUD to PUD changes every time. So thanks.
Thank you. Any comments or questions about the amendment to add mixed? Seeing none? Okay. All right. And, all right, council members, you may cast your votes on the amendment.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to amend the PUD narrative passes unanimously with Councilmember Peacock abstaining.
Okay. Are there any questions from council for the applicant about the amended proposal? Okay. We'll have some, but I'll wait till, let's see, do we have, actually, I will go ahead and ask them. Okay, Libby. The original site plan, the only really noticeable change to me was Original one didn't have an access on Post Oak Road, if I recall.
Right.
And then the Liberty Drive, or whatever, there's a roundabout, it connects, and it lines up with 24th Avenue as it currently is. In the revised proposal, there is now an access point on Post Oak Road, and the entrances do not line up with 24th Avenue, where it goes south. Can you maybe talk about why that change was made and why they're not lined up, and just general traffic impacts that have been discussed?
Yeah, I will actually call up Terry Haynes with SMC, who is the engineer on the project.
Good evening, Terry Haynes, SMC Consulting Engineers, 815 West Main, Oklahoma City. I'm the engineer of record for the project for the developer. We did carefully consider all of the proposed public street access to Classen Boulevard, following both the City of Norman engineering guidelines as well as ODOT's design guidelines as far as separation between major roadways, public ways, to this 5-lane interstate or state highway. The original submittal was somewhat aligned up with the 24th Avenue that's on the west side of Classen. And then that 24th Street terminates at Post Oak, so it's only about a quarter of a mile long. What was more important as far as traffic control and safety, as far as the distances between driveways, is the separation along the east side. And then with the traffic impact analysis that was conducted on behalf of the full build-out development, it shows that a signal is warranted or will be warranted at Post Oak and Classen Boulevard, as well as where we had realigned 24th Avenue to tie into Classen, which is further to the north.
That curve on the new.
On the new layout, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Then we looked at the separation between those two signal points and where were the most logical locations for public street access without having any other driveways tied into the development off of Classen Boulevard. Where were the most logical locations? We follow the City of Norman's engineering guidelines as well as ODOT's guidelines. At full build-out, which we all hope will happen fairly soon, and with the signals, there'll be sufficient gaps in the traffic flow, stop and go at the signals to allow traffic to flow in and out of the 24th Avenue on the west side of the road. And keeping in mind, it's a very short stretch of street there now. It's more or less just a driveway, even today, with just a couple of access points. So
The
that's the
main reason I asked, though, is because, I don't know, several years ago, 10 years ago maybe, we did approve a decent-sized apartment complex to be built on that little leg of 24th. There's an oil and gas pumping unit on there right now,
Yes, sir.
and it was a multi-story apartment building that was wrapped around that pumping unit, but which was interesting. Never got built, but it was approved, and so the idea that that little leg of 24th could be developed into higher density use at some point could be a thing. And so just wondering about there being two intersections somewhat close together, if people are trying to turn in and out of both of them onto that highway, and I think the speed limit's 55 through that area, so.
Right.
It could be a little tricky. So that had been my only question, is about the original one that we approved in 2024, had it lined up, and then the new one, it's not. So I just had wondered what was the consideration behind that, and then adding one on Post Oak Road as well. So
Yes, sir.
okay. Those are the only main questions I had about it. So were there any other comments, questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Once public comments have concluded, council may choose to answer your questions. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Cynthia Rogers.
Good evening, Cynthia Rogers, Ward 4. I guess I had the usual questions about water utilization and water capacity, stormwater runoff, You addressed traffic. And then also, I guess, the drum that I'm going to beat, and I'll talk about this later, is I know we updated our AIM plan, but I'm not sure we've updated our stormwater, water runoff, sewage sorts of plans to be as modern. And I know we've had issues with rates of flow being slowed down and required, but not overall volume, and maybe the number of incidents of overflow that could impact surrounding properties. So maybe those were addressed the last time, but I don't know, adding more houses might have more of an impact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Ellis. That's all I have.
Anyone else from the audience who hasn't spoken that would like to speak on this? Seeing none? Okay. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item? Councilmember Grant?
I would just ask the applicant to come up and address the stormwater. And I think traffic was covered. Yeah, just the stormwater.
Okay, I will once again turn it over to Terry Haynes.
Terry Haynes, SMC Consulting Engineers. I love this part of the discussion. And because of the way this development is set up, it's ideal for the protection of the environment because there's an existing pond that's on the property. And so all flows from from this development, the commercial, which is the heaviest impact to the environment, goes towards the pond. And as part of our environmental compliance, we are setting up not just the best management practices during construction, but post-construction as well, to be able to take care of the flows off these parking lots, which picks up the sediments, the petroleum products, everything, and it channels it out towards that pond. And then Mother Nature takes care of it from there. The pond then is also our stormwater detention facility. So we have capacity above the water, above the existing water level, that during those high water events that we all have experienced just in the last couple of years, that pond is designed with outlet structures to be able to handle its capacity. So it's a combined system, best management practices on initial construction through full build-out, and then for the lifetime of the project.
And then to speak to the longevity of management, is it going to be a private owners association that will maintain that pond?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the resort part, is the pond a feature of the resort? That's the way I understood it, like people would be swimming in it?
Right. I don't know that there's swimming planned, and I don't know that the amenities have been finalized, but there is planning to be like trails and maybe canoes, but using that pond as a feature of the resort.
So, the runoff from all the commercial hard surface and the parking lots, what measures are being taken to prevent that pond from getting polluted by it? Because I would think the resort would want it to be a nice pond that's an amenity that would encourage people to want to stay there, right? And I would assume that you wouldn't want, it to look like an oil slick from all the parking lots, so.
Those are excellent questions, Mayor. We haven't completely vetted the final design yet, but our vision is that, again, we're intercepting the waters that are coming off the parking lot. You can see the green space on the revised plan. You can see the green spaces. There's a natural green space that's there with Southern Gas Pipeline Company. They've got a wide green space in there. We plan to retain that green space there, and that separates the commercial retail portions of the development from that multifamily area. And yes, I mean, we want to make sure that the water, the first flush water that comes off the parking lots, which is the first 5 to 10 minutes, is captured before part of the stormwater system through drainage swells, of course through piping, and into the pond. But yeah, the pond will be maintain a private association. I'm not sure if the developer's planning on any fountains, but I would encourage them to place fountains in there to be able to aerate the pond. That also helps to keep the waters clean, keep the algae from growing around the banks, that sort of thing, so.
And then the resort, in the original plan, there was a lot of talk about the pad sites being in between existing trees and
Yes.
preserving as many of the existing trees.
That plan
as
is still in
possible.
action.
That's still
yes.
the plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions from council, and I will,
Number 9.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance as amended upon final reading passes unanimously with Councilmember Peacock abstaining.
Item 32 is consideration, so Councilmember Peacock would be abstained from this one as well, right, correct?
Yes,
Do
we need to vote,
again to
yeah,
Council.
because it's another item.
All right, item 32 is consideration of a preliminary plat for Liberty Point Addition, a planned unit development located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Classen Boulevard, State Highway 77, and Post Oak Road. And I will recognize Councilor Peacock to abstain.
Sorry, I gotta get the language back out here. Excuse me, regarding item number 32, and pursuant to section 2-103D of the city's code, I intend to recuse from the discussion and the vote on these items because I have an actual conflict since I have worked professionally on previous phases of this project.
Okay, council members, you may cast your votes on.
We need a
or-
Motion.
Is there a
Second.
motion and a second? Okay,
Now we can,
council members, you may cast your votes on
abstination.
the abstination.
Thank you. Sorry. All votes have been cast, allowing Councilmember Peacock to abstain from voting on item 32, passes unanimously with Councilmember Peacock abstaining.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the.
Motion.
Second.
This is a companion item to the previous two items. Are there any additional council questions regarding this item? Seeing none. Are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Cynthia Rogers? Gone? Stephen Ellis? Okay. That's all I have, Mayor.
Anybody else in the audience that would like to speak about this item? Seeing none? Okay. And are there any final comments or questions from council on this item? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is to approve the preliminary plat. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the preliminary plat passes unanimously with Councilmember Peacock abstaining.
Item 33 is consideration of an ordinance rezoning property located at 1401 College Avenue to grant special use for a fraternity or sorority house in the R3 multifamily dwelling district. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion.
Second.
Is there a representative of the applicant to make a presentation? Looks like there is.
Good evening, Colton Wayman with Wallace Design representing the applicant. This is a request for a special use for a sorority. If I can get the site plan up here. Assuming it's on this, there. Okay. So just west of the university, Alpha Phi's been at this property for quite some time, but they've actually never had a special use. So this is simply just requesting that as they go through this project, where the project is to do an interior remodel. There's a little bit of some building expansion. That's the hatched area in the site plan. And there are some site improvements as well.
We do plan to comply with all of Norman's requirements, so this is simply just to get that special use, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions from council regarding this item? Not seeing any, okay. Only one I really had was pretty sure I read in the report that it was gonna be fine, but the existing trees are staying.
Yes, yes, the plan is to keep those trees. They're very big and beautiful
They're
and old, yeah.
Some, if you haven't seen them, they're some of the biggest trees in Norman, I think, so they're
Yes,
pretty
that's-
cool in my
That's the
opinion.
intention.
Okay, okay. This is an opportunity for, thank you. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Once public comments have concluded, council may choose to answer your questions. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Cynthia Rogers. Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I have to admit, I'm still a little confused about what exactly the special use is supposed to be, and I haven't heard any discussion of exactly how it's going to affect that neighborhood, which is the neighborhood where I work. So anybody want to say exactly what we're trying to do here for what purpose? I mean, I looked and saw what was going to happen, but what the point of the improvement was. I mean, we're again, not to beat a dead horse, but we're granting special uses here, things that are not normally allowed. So I think it's fair to ask exactly what is it that it benefits the community such that we should take this decision. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just answer that with, Alpha Phi's been here for a very long time, probably around 100 years. So at some point, the zoning code changed to where you had to get a special use for a sorority or fraternity. So they've obviously been here since that point. So now, with this project, they are going to have to comply and get up to zoning code.
So they've been a legal, non-conforming use
That's correct.
all this years?
Yeah.
Okay. And for just general information, fraternities and sororities, at least almost all of them, to my knowledge, are not part of the university. They are private property and governed by the city of Norman, whereas the rest of the university does not require zoning approval from us. We have no oversight over the main campus, but the fraternities and sororities, for the most part, are within the city of Norman's jurisdiction. So it's the Norman Police Department that responds to 911 calls to fraternities and sororities, not OUPD, for example. So I don't know if they had any comment about how we view, or planning about how we view fraternities and sororities when it comes to that zoning and stuff, or legally, but I don't know if there was much to add about that.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a whole lot to add about that. What's going through my mind is a case, and it's going to be a good 10, 15, almost 20 years ago, about the Triangle Fraternity. Had a similar issue where they had a non-conforming use. It was a convalescent home initially, and they purchased it and wanted to turn it into a fraternity house, and we argued that since they were increasing the intensity of their use, that it wasn't appropriate, that they lost their non-conforming use status. We litigated that case and we ended up losing, with the court saying that yes, that was an appropriate use, even though it was a convalescent home for older ladies initially, that it was a not multi-family, but multi-resident sort of facility, and that it was appropriate to remain that, notwithstanding the fact that instead of having older ladies or older women, now you're gonna have fraternities. So we would consider that under the same set of circumstances. And of course, when there's going to be some kind of a change along those lines, as appropriate to what's going on now, it is appropriate for those entities to come before council. Council does have discretion to grant a special use in any zoning classification. There's a list of uses by right, and then of course there's a list of special uses, and this is one of those ones that's a special use. So they're coming before council and asking that council exercises discretion in favor of giving them that special use. So you do have discretion to do that under our zoning ordinance.
And maybe offhand, what if the council didn't approve this? They've been there for 100 years. And what if we said, well, we're not going to grant the special use, but you've been there?
That potentially brings up the question that we had in the Triangle Fraternity case as to whether they would still be entitled to that non-conforming use, which more likely than not they would be. This is just an effort by them. I would call it a good faith effort to sort of clean that up and go ahead and as opposed to continuing the existing non-conforming use, to go ahead and get council to approve a special use that clarify that issue going forward.
Yeah, in the zoning update, I don't know if that's something that we're able to, maybe, I don't know. Okay, thank you. Okay. And so there were no final comments. That was my only one. There's a motion on the floor to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All vote. Motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Is there a motion? And a second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
Item 34 is consideration of an ordinance amending section 20-109 and Appendix A to add massage therapy and bodywork services establishment to the fee schedule for licenses, amending section 20-202 to clarify definition of adult entertainment business, adding definitions and licensure requirements for massage therapy and bodywork service establishments to Chapter 20, and deleting the definition of massage parlor and sexual encounter center from Section 36-101 of the code. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Motion. Is there a member of staff? Yes, there is.
Thank you. Okay, I'm here to talk about licensing structure for massage therapy establishments. When the city steps in to regulate something, we are looking at the public health, safety, and welfare. And this is an issue where the Norman Police have noticed an uptick in establishments that are operating in Norman purporting to be massage therapy or bodywork services establishments that are really a cover for prostitution, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and money laundering. On average, we see over 100 massage parlor ads for locations in Norman that appear on known prostitution websites each month. We've had instances where unsuspecting clients go in for massages and have been propositioned and even sexually assaulted. When we go in and we do stings or arrest offenders under current ordinances or state law, we cannot shut down the business. We can take care of that particular offender. We might arrest them. They can get out, bond out of jail, they can plea, they can be back in operating in that establishment within days. Additionally, there are always other staff, other people there that can step in, and so it doesn't really address the problem of shutting down the business. So state law licenses massage therapists, but not massage therapy establishments. So it makes it more of a challenge for us to identify legitimate establishments versus criminal establishments. It also makes it a challenge for potential customers to identify those legitimate establishments. We have only had the authority to regulate the zoning until the recent passage of Senate Bill 644, which became effective on November 1st and allows us now to implement these licensing requirements. After discussions with the Norman Police Department and local massage therapists, we learned of other concerns about establishments that are performing bodywork services, which is an area completely unregulated by state law and could serve as a front for similar illegal behavior, so we pulled that into this ordinance as well. This ordinance would create a licensing requirement for those service establishments in Norman and eliminate some problematic and outdated zoning ordinance language that I'll go over in just a minute. And importantly, it would allow us to shut down the business that's engaged in these illegal activities. So what this ordinance proposes is that beginning April 1st, 2026, all massage therapy and bodywork services establishments would be required to be licensed. It's a pretty nominal fee, a $50 initial fee, and then $25 each year for renewals. Licenses would not be granted when applicants have been convicted of certain felonies, when they knowingly make false or misleading or fraudulent statements in the application, if they've had a similar license denied, revoked, or suspended in the city before or in any other state or local jurisdiction in the last 5 years, or if the applicant is under 18 years of age. We define what these services are with the definition of massage therapy. We're just pulling in that definition from state law to ensure that we're consistent with that licensing structure. Bodywork services, you see the definition there. It includes reflexology, acupressure, Thai bodywork, shiatsu, or similar modalities, regardless of whether a state practitioner license is required. And as I understand it, for those particular practices, it is not required currently. A massage therapy or bodywork establishment is any establishment who performs these services for compensation and which has a fixed place of business. So it would not apply to mobile units. It would not apply to entities that come into your home. They have to have a fixed place of business, and that's really because we're trying to address a very specific problem. So as part of the license, you have to provide a sanitary working environment. This means every area where massages are provided must be kept clean. Any items the client contacts, the work areas have to be cleaned and disinfected between sessions. Clean sheets and towels, observe CDC universal precautions if exposed to blood or bodily fluids, and no treatment of areas with open cuts, lesions, or signs of infection. And if you've had a massage with a legitimate provider, these are typically things they're already doing. As far as operations go, we want prices to be posted on their website or at the business. We want them to retain certain records, an appointment book for 3 years. It has the name of the patron, the time, date, and place of service, and the service provided. One of the providers that we talked to mentioned the importance of confidentiality of these records, and so we've included language for that as well. We want the employer to keep an employee register. Only licensed massage therapists should be providing massage therapy. Obviously, the provider needs to wear appropriate clothing. We've limited operating hours from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. You can request other hours as part of the license, but generally that's going to be the restriction. And that's because some of these more illegal facilities are operating late into the night and just outside of normal business hours. The advertising cannot be misleading, and then minors can only be there and be treated with written consent or the presence of a parent or legal guardian. Additionally, no alcoholic beverages without an ABLE license. You'll see spas and things like that where they might serve wine or champagne, and that requires an ABLE license, and so we're requiring that here as well. There have to be cubicles or booths to provide these services, no locked internal doors for service areas, and no person can reside or sleep overnight at an establishment, and those are very targeted to the type of operations we're seeing that are problematic. And then, as I said before, no treatment of areas with open cuts, lesions, or signs of infection. We do set some standards for professional conduct, no contact with sexual or genital areas unless it's part of a legitimate treatment plan for which the provider has training, no exposure of private areas by the provider, protect the client's privacy with draping, and ensure employees engage only in professional conduct. So our enforcement efforts, when we look at this ordinance, will focus on two things. We'll look for these advertisements that we can find, and by we, I really mean the police department, can find for these unlicensed facilities and illegal behavior, and then complaints. We do hear from people, as I said, who go to these facilities or these establishments expecting a legitimate massage and get propositioned or assaulted, and so we will work those complaints as we get those. Under our licensing structure, if there's a violation of the license, the clerk and the city attorney are to be notified, so the clerk can give the licensee 5 days to comply, and then we can set a license revocation hearing. We can also file a criminal charge, which carries up to $750 and or 60 days in jail as the maximum punishment, Or we could seek injunctive relief and go to district court if we're really having trouble getting a business shut down, using repeated violations of this ordinance as the basis. The other piece to this, in looking through the code to write this ordinance, I searched massage parlors throughout the rest of our code, and we had an old, outdated definition of adult entertainment uses that has not been updated since the 1980s. Currently, those would be allowed in certain zoning districts with the grant of a special use, and it included a definition for massage parlor and sexual encounter center. Both of those definitions talk about receiving payment in exchange for sexual contact, which runs afoul of state laws regarding prostitution. So we are proposing to strike those. We don't have any current licenses for those things. We can't think of when we ever had one. So we want to strike those from the definition of adult entertainment uses to make sure the code is consistent throughout. Planning Commission did review that portion because it was a modification to the zoning ordinance and approved it at its November, or recommended approval at its November meeting by a vote of 7-0. Okay, with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there any council questions regarding this item?
Councilmember Grant.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes. Thank you for all the work on this. I was just curious, this version is supported by those professionals in the field that, follow all the recommendations. They've taken a look over it and no complaints.
We worked with we met with four different massage therapists to go over this. And then at our meeting in December, when we talked to council about it, we encouraged others to reach out. Didn't hear from anyone else after that December meeting. Of the group that I sent this to, we tweaked language based on their feedback. I think there's one piece of the language that one person wasn't quite satisfied with, but I think overall we've been able to meet their biggest concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions from the rest of council. Other cities in the metro have adopted similar?
Yes, even though we were only allowed to regulate via zoning, that was a newer regulation in the last 10 years. And so prior to that, Oklahoma City, Moore, Lawton, a number of cities had ordinances on their books that just remain on the books unenforced. Now with this legislative change with Senate Bill 655, they're able to enforce those again, and my understanding is that they are.
It was a change in state law recently, that's what, okay. And so as it stands currently, someone could open an adult entertainment club in Norman. They would just have to get a special use permit.
Correct.
And it's restricted to certain
Zoning areas, yeah.
zoning areas, okay.
Yeah.
And then, okay. And my question too was about support from the actual professions in our community. Okay, thank you. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this. I'm sorry?
Is your button on?
Oh, Councilor Gansberry? Yeah, please, go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank the city for their due diligence with the language and working with some of the parlors that are legitimate in town. I went personally spoke to a couple of different ones that came to a lot of our meetings, had a lot of input, and they were very happy with the word changing. But I also would like to say that I'm very happy that we're doing this now. January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And if this can help one of our kids or somebody's kid that we know of not have to go through this type of condition, and police are able to go in and just make sure the legitimate is legitimate, then this is a very, very well needed ordinance within our town to allow police full access to what they need.
Thank you. Okay, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Once public comments have concluded, council may choose to answer your questions. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Stephen Ellis. That's all.
Okay, anybody else in the audience that would like to speak about this item?
No.
All right, any final comments from council regarding this item? Seeing none. The floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole.
And I'm sorry, just to correct the record, I apologize, it was adopted on second reading, section by section. Sorry, sick.
And then we did, okay.
And so I need a motion for the final. Thank you.
Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
All right, item 35, consideration of an ordinance rezoning property located at 3400 Classen Boulevard from A2 Rural Agricultural District and place the same in the C2 General Commercial District. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. All right, is there a representative from the applicant to make a presentation? Libby's here again.
Libby Smith again, on behalf of the applicant. All right, this is a request for rezoning down in a similar part of town. This is just north of Cedar Lane on the west side of Classen Boulevard. Here's kind of a zoomed out, just so you guys can see all the activity that's going on in this area of town. Our property, the subject property, is outlined in red right there. And then you can see Liberty Point, which we just approved down in that bottom corner. The Armstrong project, and then to St. James neighborhood residential, and then St. James Center, the commercial portion of that. So the project is currently zoned A2. We are requesting a straight zoning here to C2. So along with all that recently approved development, the A2 just doesn't make as much sense in this area anymore. So we are coming in and requesting to propose to straight C2 general commercial. The AIM Norman land use right now is shown as Urban Living Center. We're not requesting any change to that. And then the character area is corridor, and we're not requesting any change to that. You can see I've cut out kind of the chart down in the bottom of the screen, and it shows that C2 is a compatible use with Urban Living Center. Here's the proposed site plan. What is shown right here is kind of a quick service restaurant. This is just proposed. There's not an end user in place right now. And then since it is going to be straight C2 zoning, we are not locked into the site plan like we would be with a PUD or a SPUD. So we don't know exactly what this is going to be, but there will be flexibility to allow that end user to come in and design it to suit their needs. This is the preliminary plat. It's just overlaid right now, and it is just going to be one lot. And then here's kind of the summary of the request with that zoomed out site plan again. This is a request for a straight zoning to C2. It's more aligned with the surrounding uses than the current A2 zoning, and it is aligned with the AIM Norman plan. The quote from the staff report is the proposed use for this site aligns with the AIM Norman land use and character area objectives. This proposal is comparable in scale and form to adjacent developed commercial properties. And this project also received unanimous recommendation of approval at Planning Commission. And then with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, any questions from council regarding this item?
Councilmember Grant.
Councilmember Grant.
Yes, I just noticed there was one protest letter, and it mainly dealt with the traffic and the potential for oncoming lights to beam into people's houses. Would that be mitigated by a future development coming in and providing fencing or landscaping to cut down on that?
So there will be one driveway off of Classen. The applicant did have to complete a traffic memo, which studied the traffic impacts of this development. The final site plan is not locked in since this is going to be a straight zoning request, but they'll have to get approval for the driveway location from ODOT.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Blodgett.
Yes, I know that we met about this, and And I told you in the meeting that my only concern is, since I live right there and my constituents are just a little concerned because we have so many fast food restaurants right there. So with it being a quick service restaurant that you're thinking of, and you said it's not locked in, so I understand that. So just something to consider, that we just do have a lot of quick service restaurants in that area.
Right. And with the
Unless
straight-
maybe you wanted to let me pick which one you're going to put in there.
I'll be happy to take that back to the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Can you show that site plan real quick? Right there. Yep. So it looks like there's a potential way for a connection to the property next to the drive, which was something we voted to rezone just a few years ago for a restaurant site and hasn't been developed. And then I talked about the right in, right out potential, but that's at a later stage, as you mentioned, right?
Right.
And yeah, I would echo those same comments about preferably a rezoning to mixed use so that it could be whatever, or more variety of things that could come along that could, whatever the market may demand in this area, but just as something to keep in mind for future clients. Not seeing any other questions from council. Okay, thank you, Libby. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Once public comments have concluded, council may choose to answer your questions. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. Hey, I want to say it's in many ways just nice to see a straight zoning change here, because the city council is not getting involved, except for begging for a particular restaurant, in what the developer is up to. And the developer has some pretty, clear rules under the code. So, and I'll say something in miscellaneous about that, but I do think that that's probably the appropriate relationship that the city council should have with developers. You guys don't need to co-develop everything by looking at very particular site plans. So, it looks fine to me. I don't know, we'll let them take the risk on whether or not they can come up with a cool new quick service restaurant that will attract people. But, I live close enough. I'll go down if it's any good. Thanks.
Thank you. On this item? Seeing none? Okay. Any final comments from council on this item? Okay. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Passed, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
Item 36, consideration of a preliminary plat for 3400 Classen Boulevard, generally located quarter mile south or north of Cedar Lake on the west side of Classen Boulevard, State Highway 77. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the preliminary plat. This is a companion item to the previous two items. Are there any additional council questions regarding this item? Seeing none. Are there any speakers registered for this item?
Cynthia Rogers. Stephen Ellis. That's all, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience that would like to comment about this item? Okay. And final comments from council? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is to approve the preliminary plat. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the preliminary plat passes unanimously.
All right, item 37 is a consideration of an ordinance rezoning property located at 2525 East Lindsay from a PUD planned unit development and place the same in a PUD planned unit development. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. All right, and is there a representative from the applicant? There is, all right.
Ben LaCourse on behalf of the applicant, the Mission Norman. Let's see. And just to orient ourselves here, we are at the corner of Lindsay and 24th, just east of 24th in Ward 1 here. And the subject property is about 5.75 acres. A little backstory to the Mission Norman for if y'all are not familiar with the Mission Norman. It's been serving the Norman community for almost 30 years now through a variety of different public outreaches, such as they have a food pantry on site, lots of different public outreach events from toy drives, food drives, clothing drives, I mean, you name it, they're probably doing it. They also have transitional housing on the property as well. Really their heart's to help, get folks back on their feet and, through meeting their physical needs and through meeting some of their, equipping them with some life skill training such as finding a job, keeping a job, self-care, budgeting. I mean, they really are a great organization who's been, like I said, serving the people of Norman for decades now. Now about the subject property itself. The AIM Norman future land use is mixed use and character area is suburban, and we're not asking for changes for either of those. Current zoning is a PUD. We actually went through and rezoned this back in 2010 to a PUD and got a site plan approved back then as well. Right now, we're not seeking to amend, we're just seeking to amend the site plan. No changes in proposed land uses at all. Here is the 2010 approved plan. As you can see, there are 5 quadplexes around the eastern portion and the northwestern portion that made up 20 units for those transitional housing. They also have a main building where they have the food pantry, and in the southeast corridor they had a barn for storage. Only building A, so one quadplex and the main building actually were built, and they're still in use today. The proposed site plan is taking all of the transitional housing, moving it over into the eastern portion of the property, and instead of the quadplexes, keeping the one remaining quadplex and adding 9 duplexes, so just upping the unit count to 22 units from 20 units. And it also created a ton of open space in the northwest portion of the property where there's going to be community gardens, increased open space to 60%, and also removed that barn. And here is a depiction that kind of points out where everything was. So as you can see, there's a community garden, parking's right in the middle, I should say on the outside of that center drive there, as well as south of the existing service building. They also added some playgrounds for some of those families that'll be utilizing the housing opportunities there. And as you can see, there's the duplexes right there on the eastern side too. Here's the site plan in context. And a quick open space exhibit. As you can see, there's a ton of green in there, 60% open space, like I said, for that community garden and a lot of those playgrounds. And just a summary of the request, like I said, we're just seeking to modify the PUD that was approved back in 2010 to remove a bunch of those quadplexes and barn uses and add transitional housing duplexes, playgrounds, gardens, associated amenities. This will create a smaller housing footprint with also increasing the unit count from 20 to 22 units. Overall, very consistent with AIM Norman. Importantly, no formal protests either. That just says a lot to the type of neighbor that Mission Norman has been over the years too, and it received unanimous Planning Commission approval as well. So I'm here to answer any questions you guys may have.
All right, are there any council questions regarding this item? Councilmember Gansberry.
Yes, first and foremost, I want to thank your applicant for all the hard work they've been doing for multiple years within our community, especially Ward 1. Also, you lightly mentioned on the AIM, and how they could fit into that aimed goals and everything from my studies and understandings of what we're going to try to accomplish here. There's several ways that we're going to be able to support the AIM idea, and that's by we're going to offer mixed uses. We're going to be incorporating internal pedestrian walkways. We're going to be improving the landscaping along East Lindsay. It's going to offer at least 2 more units of housing opportunities. And then we're also preserving and creating a lot more open space. And this project went 6-0 in Planning Commission, so very good job.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Councilmember Grant.
Yes. I appreciate that the housing units are going up a little bit. My question has to do with stormwater, since I know it'll come up. What is the plan for this development?
Actually, I have Ryan Swain from Park Hill.
All right, Ryan Swain with Park Hill, and we put together a drainage report for this site. And essentially, we wanted to look at historic conditions, kind of the flow that it's going, which is, as you look at the site plan from right to left or east to west. And we wanted to make sure that we stayed true to those. So we're going to utilize 2 drainage detention areas, one in the northwest corner and one in the southwest corner. We're going to actually reduce the flow 15 to 20% compared to historic, and comparing that to the post kind of development layout. So overall, we're going to keep it very similar to existing and historical paths, and also reduce that flow for post-development conditions. So,
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Once public comments have concluded, council may choose to answer your questions. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Cynthia Rogers. Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I found this PUD-to-PUD application a little bit confusing. I've been sort of trying to push the point that we are ending up being co-developers with the applicants, given the degree of detail that Norman requires of the PUD. That worries me for a variety of reasons. But it also struck me that in this case, one of the reasons why there was a PUD there was sort of for affordable housing purposes. And the current PUD-to-PUD change seems that it allows for that. But I was wondering whether or not this has, I mean, since we're in this sort of co-developing, is the increase in commercial a suggestion that Mission Norman is going to be changing its work? Do they run any of the commercial stuff that's on that property? And if we're going to crack into this, because it's supposed to be something special provided by Mission Norman, we might need to actually get into the details about what the future prospects of this PUD are. I mean, if I had my way, we'd have a zoning code that allowed us to talk about letting people build, affordable housing in a particular kind of place, which I take it as part of Mission Norman's deal. But we're looking at some changes here to what they've asked for before. And part of the question I think we need to ask then is, why are we expecting these sorts of changes? Why the change in the PUD? And I didn't get that from the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's all, Mayor.
Anyone else from the audience would like to comment or about this item? Okay. Would you like to address those questions, perhaps?
addressing it. The only reason that we're up here is we're changing the site plan. We're not changing any of the usage. The original PUD came through to allow for transitional housing. That's still going to be the case here. There's no additional, we're not asking for any additional uses. It's just amending the site plan.
Any final questions, comments from council? Councilor Bruce?
Just want to educate myself a little bit. So Mission Norman to me is a non-for-profit, religious-based. And so you're building more housing, 20 to 22 units. And so I imagine that there is a cap on the housing as far as how long you can stay, a year, year and a half.
And I can actually we have Mike Butler from the Mission Norman. He'd be able to address those questions more specifically.
You bet. So I'm just getting a little smarter here on Mission Norman, and so I understand it's a not-for-profit, religious-based, and you provide housing to families. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you survive based upon donations and small grants.
It's all private funding, yes, sir.
All private funding. So you've put together a plan to increase your capacity based upon need.
That's right.
And I understand that need to be family-based.
That's correct.
And a family based on need can stay there for up to?
Their contract's originally a year. They're able to, we have financial literacy, parenting skills, life skills that they learn throughout their stay. And of course, we help them with careers and jobs. And we have a 90% success rate for the residents that complete our program. We currently have 18 on our waiting list of families. I'm unable now to go and point of time because of my health, but the last one I went to, we identified 24 families living in the East Walmart parking lot in their cars, families. So there is a great need in families out here. Most of them, as you know, are couch surfing. Some of them are shipping their kids off, farming their kids off to different families and trying to keep them together. It's a real need.
Are you part of the continuum of care?
Yes.
I have no other further questions.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from council? All right, thank you very much. I would just say, I think Mission Norman is one of the pieces of the entire apparatus that we need in Norman. The other item we'll be talking about later, but all of our faith-based organizations, all of our nonprofits, the Salvation Army, the Women's Resource Center, Mission Norman, I think takes all of it, in my opinion, for us to try to address the issue of homelessness. And so I'm thankful for you guys and what you've done in Norman so far. And I look forward to seeing this expansion and the people that it'll hopefully help in the future. So, okay, all right. Then with that, I'll let's see, we did
We're on number 7.
Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole.
Motion.
Second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes. Motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
All right. Okay, item number 38, consideration of an ordinance rezoning property generally located east of 36th Avenue Northwest, approximately a mile north of Rock Creek Road from a PUD, planned unit development, and place the same in a PUD, planned unit development. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. And is there a representative of the applicant to make a presentation?
There is. Thank you, Mayor, for this evening. I know you have a long night ahead of you still, so I will be extremely brief on this one because this one really is already a built product with a site plan change. This is 36th Avenue Northwest, a site I think you're probably all familiar with, red brick building complex. Basically, this was a PUD that was adopted back in 2008 in really a very minimal form that used to be done that way, kind of the early stages of PUDs. This one had some ambiguous language in it, so I think staff felt like we should bring it back through just to clarify in the more modern terms that we have, and the site plan was changing as well. So very quickly, this is what's already built. This was back in the day when sometimes developers would build the parking lots, and the marketing plan was, hey, we've built your parking lot, now you just got to buy and build the building. Some of those worked, some of those didn't. This one never got built out, so we're back. This is the buildings in the front, where there's really no change on the buildings in the front. They're mostly occupied. This is just clarifying the uses. AIM Norman, of course, it's already met those. No change there. The zoning, it's surrounded by industrial on all sides except for to the west, and we're not changing any of the buildings on the west. That's already built out. We're just basically changing the uses in the site plan on the backside. Just to show you, even the water lines are all in place here, the sewer lines are all there, parking is there. We're gonna modify the parking a little bit with the site plan that is being approved tonight. That's the new site plan. Quite a bit different than what's in the last PUD, but again, trying to utilize as much of that parking as we possibly can. So about 220 residential units will now go in there in the backside, and staff found this to be consistent with AIM policies across the board. It does have two development areas. The front one is what's already built. So the front development area 1 is already built. Development area 2 is the backside that basically has the uses of residential with ground floor allowance for commercial. With that, I'll be that quick. No protest, no persons even came to Planning Commission and spoke on this item, and it was unanimous at the Planning Commission. With that, I'm happy to answer questions. One other thing I will add, the next item is vacating a couple of easements, because the easements were put in place under the prior site plan. It didn't get built that way, so now we need to remove a couple of easements so that we can build that site plan. And that is it. Thank you very much.
All right, are there any council questions regarding this item?
Grant?
Councilmember Grant?
Yes, I do like a mixed-use development. My question revolves around stormwater and how that will be handled with the build-out of the second part.
So there's no replatting on this. It's already platted, so there's no change on the engineering that was already approved for the stormwater previously. So I believe there's a couple of detention zones on this. We didn't have an engineer on this project because there's no change to the plat at all. So we will build it out. Mostly it's built out with the drainage through the parking lots. We're not changing anything from what was approved previously.
Okay, thank you.
And just further on that, you're not adding any additional impervious surface. There's already parking. The parking's already there. The buildings that are going to be there were already anticipated to be there.
Well, we're modifying, I didn't put up a plan of the demolition plan. We're modifying the parking a little bit, but more so we're taking out parking and putting, like, on the lower side, we're taking out part of that parking lot on the lower side as one example right there. So on the south side, you see an expanse area of parking there. We're putting some buildings in where there is significant parking on the south side, so we're taking out some of that, taking out some of the strips of parking, the angular parking in the middle, and then the top part has an area change as well. We're adding a little bit of parking in, but mostly it's buildings going on top of some of those parking areas.
And adding it's all residential as proposed, not a mixed use.
It does allow for mixed use. It does allow for commercial uses on the bottom floor on that backside.
If the demand is there.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Any other comments from council? We'll have some more. Okay. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. A mark should be directed to council only. Once public comments have been concluded, council may choose to answer your questions. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered?
Yes, Mayor. Cynthia Rogers. Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. So I think this is actually kind of an interesting case of how the PUD process has got you guys sort of in a co-developer role with the people who are working on this possibility. So apparently they tried to make this work as a business environment, essentially commercial thing. It didn't work. And because of the way we do the PUD stuff without looking at the sort of like big picture kinds of issues, we're back having to okay commercial developers attempt to turn towards residential housing. Now, it may well have been the residential housing was correct all along for Norman. It may have been that Norman really needed business stuff there, but through the PUD process, we've kind of quit looking at what Norman's interests are in various kinds of places, and we're reaching out to developers to try to, they come to us with money-making ideas, and we tweak them, and when they don't work, we have to come tweak them back again, which is actually just a very strange procedure. I mean, in a certain sense, you might think, from a sort of conservative perspective, that getting the city council involved in those kinds of, what kind of development situations might go too far. But I mean, there's a bigger mismatch than that, because now Norman's pretty much in business with this particular developer, right? It didn't work this particular way. We got to let him have a chance to do it another way. If we had regular zoning stuff, this wouldn't appear before you guys. They'd either, take their lumps, or they'd sell it, and maybe someone would try to sort of change the zoning, but we're not thinking about what this does for us. Now, for me, as long as enough of it's affordable, I'm pro the move to residential. There's very weird the way these sorts of things end up coming in front of the city council, because I think it gets you involved in particular developments in a way that I don't think you should want to be getting involved with. But I think it probably also gets you a little bit more connected with particular developers than is probably appropriate either. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's all, Mayor.
Any other comment from the audience on this item? Comment or questions? Okay. Any final comments from council? Councilmember Bruce?
Can I speak to Dr. Ellis?
Not directly, but
I'm just confused from prior statements.
okay. Any other final comment from council about this item? Okay. I think in general, it's definitely a good conversation about how land is developed in Norman. I think on one hand, I think we like the ability for land to be adaptable to changing demand. And I think in a lot of ways, PUDs are usually pretty helpful in trying to lock in something where we say, this is what we're voting on, and that's the expectation we have, that's what will be built. So there potentially is some protection in that for people. But I mean, it is noticeable that we're seeing quite a few PUDs that are coming back, which is a reflection that the market demand for whatever it was originally trying to do isn't working out, so trying to adapt to something that might work. So I think that's generally good, but do we want to be zoning the entire city through PUDs? I think that's a good question, and I think our update to our zoning ordinances, our zoning policy and everything will ideally hope address those types of things in the future, so that we're not having this hodgepodge of things. But that's kind of where we're sitting at right now. This one's 18 years old, so. But I think that's a good question about PUDs and SPUDs and zoning in general. Councilmember Grant?
Yes, I'd just like to add that this seems to have been approved before we got rid of minimum parking requirements for commercial. We've noticed that there is underperforming parking lots, and I'm happy to see them get redeveloped. And then to speak to our Zoning and subregulation updates, that's a 24-month process. So for the next 2 years, we'll be working on that. And there'll be plenty of opportunities for the public to engage with us on that process before we adopt it. Thank you.
And to clarify, that connection on Bros Drive, the cul-de-sac, is already there and will remain there as part of, might be big enough for a car to drive through it, but it's a pedestrian access, it looks like mostly.
Yes, Mayor, that will stay. That is a vehicular access point.
Okay, perfect. All right, any final comment, council? All right. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Here. All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
All right, item 39, consideration of an ordinance for the closure of specific 15-foot wide easements located within Lot 1, Block 1, 36 North Business Park, a planned unit development. I'll entertain a motion. Ordinance on second reading, section by section. And is there a representative, Mr. Rieger?
There is, Mayor. I wouldn't add anything to that you're asking to vacate. They are right there. There they are. And then it's a two-step process. Then we have to go to district court and have the court judicially remove them as well. But I'm not aware of any protest to these being removed either. They just serve the development itself within the development. I don't think it has any effect on anybody else.
Okay. Are there any council questions regarding this item? Seeing none. Are there any public comments regarding this, public comments or questions regarding this item?
Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I didn't hear any discussion of what the easements were for to begin with. So, easements are generally to provide city workers with access. And I would have just guessed, although I don't know anything about that, that having a lot more people on the property a lot more permanently might require access. But I mean, I don't know what they were for to begin with. So is there any discussion of what those easements were for originally and why they're no longer necessary? Thanks.
Last, thank you. A comment or question on this item? Seeing none. If you might answer that question, if you can.
Sure. So whenever we do plating in the city of Norman, and you do plating often, we often have easements that are public easements for utilities, and the utilities can be any franchise holder, basically. I didn't look specifically at these, but rarely are they confined to a particular use. Usually they are called a U/E, a utility easement, and that allows for water, sewer, electrical, Cox, any of what we call the franchise holders in the city, OG&E, to put their lines through that development. Not unusual for those to get done and platted. Again, this was a project that was already platted, so they did build part of the project, and when they platted it, they platted all those easements with it under the anticipation that it would be built with the site plan that was approved. Didn't get built, so those easements then come out. There's nothing in them. They were built, they were dedicated in anticipation of the next development. So that's how it works. Typically, they're not, you can do what we call separate instrument easements that are for a specific use, such as a sewer line or a water line. That is usually not what you do on a plat. Usually the plat is any form of franchise utility can go into those easements.
Thank you. Are there any final comments, questions from council? Seeing none. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your votes.
And the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
Item 40, consideration of an ordinance calling and holding a special election in the city of Norman on the 7th day of April 2026 for the purpose of submitting to the registered qualified electors the question of the issuance of the bonds in an amount not the sum of $35 million to be issued in series to provide funds for the purpose of reconstructing, repairing, improving, and rehabilitating existing streets, roads, and intersections in the city, including lighting, sidewalk, bike paths, landscaping, related drainage improvements, driveway reconstruction, and other related improvements, and levying and collecting an annual tax in addition to all other taxes upon all the taxable property in said city for the payment of the interest and principal on said bonds. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. And we have a member of staff, Director of Public Works, Scott Sturts here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know that we've talked about this multiple times and you've seen this presentation before, but I'd love to take this opportunity right now to share this with our constituents and our citizenry so that they can understand more about what this is. So I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. I think that this is a good starting point. We'll be doing a lot of public education over the next month and a half to get this information out to more of our public. So our street maintenance bond program has been a long-standing program that we're very proud of. We've been doing it for about 20 years. We started in 2005 with the first bonds, first successful street maintenance bond that we're able to put together. And we've successfully gotten this renewed every 5 years. And it's just our time to do that again. So we're ready to go and take on that next challenge of that. So again, it's been about 20 years. The point of this is not to go out and build new roads or widen new roads, but simply to maintain those roads that we have today. So this is everything from those new internal roads to some of the neighborhood roads, our rural roads. And we'll talk about those programs more here in just a few minutes. But again, this is a maintenance program. I kind of liken it to buying a new car. That transportation bond, we buy the road. This is how we maintain it as it goes through its age. So kind of the same thing as buying a car and having to change its oil. When we started this, our pavement condition index, which is a very definite number that us engineers really enjoy and like to have, we're in the low 60s. We're now up into the mid 70s. So we've seen a lot of success through this program, and we want to continue that success as we move forward. You can see there in the chart that this has been, as over the timeline of this, we've been able to increase that bond amount. We've never increased the amount of the percentage or the rate that we collect. It's just simply that property values have increased and there are more properties to collect that on. So you can see that over time we've been able to increase from around $11 million in work up to $27 million with the last bond. You can also see, I'm proud of, you can also see our voter approval went up with basically each one. We'd like to continue that trend too. So when we talk a little bit more about what is a street maintenance, what does that mean, what does that look like? First, I want to say that when we consider this program, we want to make sure that every ward gets something in it. So we make sure that there are roadways in every single ward, so all your constituents are going to see some work done near their homes. You got to remember, we have about 800 miles of roadways in Norman. We can't touch all of them in 1 year, but we can go out and try to get several of them done over the course of these 5 years. So we have 5 different programs that we break this down into, and we put roads in these different categories. The first one is our urban asphalt. This is your typical neighborhood road that's made out of asphalt. We go in, we take off the top 2 inches, put a fresh new 2 inches down, maybe fix some curbs, some valley gutters, some sidewalk edges, and make it look like a newer road again. We also have our rural asphalt, which is those big section line roads, mostly out in East Norman, but also in far West Norman. And these are those roads out there that run long and straight, typically don't have curbs, but these are the ones we got there. We do the same thing. We'll take that top layer off, make sure things are patched up, put a new layer on top so that they last longer and are good surfaces for our constituents to be able to utilize. We have our urban concrete program. These are those urban streets that are made out of concrete. With this program, we're going to come in and those panels that are broken or chipped or cracked, we're going to replace those panels and leave the good panels in place. So kind of get rid of the old, come in with the new, and get the whole road back up to a higher number and a safer number. This can also involve replacing curb if the curb is damaged. And then you can look at the urban reconstruct. This is the most expensive portion of the whole program. These are those roads that are just past the point of saving. We can't go in and do either urban concrete or the urban asphalt and just repair them. So we'll take a short section of road, we'll take it out, and we'll completely replace it. In some cases where I kind of come back on a road that doesn't have current modern curb and gutter section line, and we'll come in and we'll put that in. So we'll include the curb and gutter, maybe some drainage, and bring that up to a more modern standard. And then finally, we have what we call preventative maintenance. This is a newer program in the system. We're getting a lot of mileage out of this. This is going in on those roads that are those kind of newer roads, and they just need a little bit of help. These are those maybe a surface treatment to help seal that surface to keep from water intrusion. Or if you're driving around on our asphalt roads and you see a lot of the black bands and wiggly lines all across the road, that's crack seal, where we seal those cracks to stop the water from getting in, which is the biggest enemy on an asphalt road to cause degradation. In this bond, you're going to see a long list of streets when you look at the ordinance. We list every street that we're going to go and attack and each one we're going to touch. And we've got a success rate that every one of those streets, unless there was a reason it was removed, has been completed in every bond program. The current program, we're in year 5. They will be completed for the end of the fiscal year. So we got a really good track record, and those results are documented. We can show you those results. So a lot of people ask, how do you select those roadways? Basically, we have a pavement management data. We have a firm come in every year. They do 20% of the roadways. So every 5 years, they evaluate our roadways and give them a pavement condition index or PCI number. That's all in a book. We can go in and we can look at it. And we look at that, and that's kind of where we start from. We want to start with those lowest rated roads so we can bring those up. But we also look at the maintenance strategy. What kind of maintenance does it need? Does it fit in the program? Is there a way that we can accommodate it? Also the pavement type, asphalt or concrete. We want to try to balance those programs, not be too heavy in one. This is kind of the part that gets hard to understand, but we look at the budget. So it's not necessarily taking that bottom 10% of the streets. We want to group those together. We want to do a neighborhood. No one wants to come into their neighborhood and you do this road over here and that road over there, and why did my road get left alone? So we want to find neighborhoods that on the whole need the work, and we go in and we try to do the work in that whole neighborhood and bring that whole neighborhood up together so that it all looks really good and all the citizens that live in that neighborhood feel like the neighborhood is really benefited instead of just some. We do want to state that on every one of these roadways, a city staff member goes out, looks at it, and makes sure that it actually needs the work to be done so we can make sure that we're actually being accurate and not putting in things that don't need to be. We also consider, are there going to be other improvements? Is there a water line or sewer line or a storm sewer that either needs to be replaced or that they may want to get in there and do? And we'll schedule around those. It may be that there's an area that are going to be doing a new water line down the middle of the road. Well, rather than putting a new road in and then coming in and having to cut to do a trench, well, let's get the trench cut, patch the trench, and let's redo the road. Let's work together so we get the best outcome for our roads so they look the best they can and have the best long life. And then also we have to look at the budget. We only have so much money to spend. So first thing I want to say, this is not a new tax. We're only asking to continue with the collection that we've had in the past at those rates. Again, it has gone up over time. That's simply because property values and the number of properties have increased, allowing more money to be collected. We're estimating about $35 million over 5 years. And we've got that. We'll show you how we're going to break that down here in a minute. Just to kind of show you how we kind of try to budget that, about 25% for urban asphalt, 25% for urban concrete, 15% for that rural asphalt, 20% urban reconstruct, and then 15% in that new category for preventative maintenance. We will look at bicycle features. If we've got grates or inlets that are unsafe, we'll replace those so it's a better system for our bicyclists. Also ADA improvements. If we go into a corner and there's a approach there or a ramp and it doesn't meet current ADA standards, we'll make sure it does. We'll make sure the crossings meet ADA standards. So we do some improvements for ADA as we go along. And also there may be some minor drainage improvements. We're not going to do whole new drainage systems, but we may do some minor stormwater sewer extensions, maybe add some valley gutters to get the water to flow better. If we're doing rural roads, we'll replace the culvert and the pipes underneath the driveways to make sure they flow properly. And then on the rural roads, we regrade those roadside ditches to make sure they're flowing appropriately. Large chart with lots of numbers. I don't want to spend a lot of time here. This is just kind of showing that breakdown over time. You can see that we've gone from about 91 miles of road, and the last one we did 151 miles of road. We're looking at about 180 miles of road this time. You can see the breakdown there. This shows that preventative maintenance. The first time it was included in the program was in the last section from 21 to 26. This map doesn't look as good up here on the screen as it does on my screen on my computer, but you can kind of see there where the roads are. Each one of those lines, each one of those colors represents a different program, and where those roads are located, you can see that they're clustered in a neighborhood. But you can see everything from Ward 8 on 156 all the way over to 48th Northwest on the far west, north to south. So every ward has neighborhoods, every ward has some longer section lines. There's the QR code there on this. If you click on that, it will take you to an active map online. You can zoom in, you can click on the road that you're looking at. It will tell you what year, what program, and give you more information. But each one of these roads are also listed in the ordinance language. This is the proposition language. I think we've all got it read. It's in everything we have tonight. Just to kind of show the timeline, we need to go out by April. We need to be on that April 7th election, and this is the last item to get us there. We have to get council approval of the ordinance to be able to move this forward, and so that's what we're asking for tonight. And with that, staff is recommending approval. We're anxious to do this, to continue the great work in maintaining our roadways, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding this item.
All right, thank you. Are there any council questions regarding this item? Councilor Peacock.
Yeah, this was actually something that I asked in the last study session we had, but I've seen a lot of rumblings and concern that this version of the street maintenance bond is somehow setting the table for the turnpike and setting up roads for that process. And so I just would like for you to address that concern, and hopefully it's not non-concern.
Absolutely. I can say that staff did not even consider the turnpike when looking at putting this together. As this was going to be put together, the turnpike was kind of in and out, and there's a lot going on. And that was not something that we considered. The only roadway that you may be able to consider might be related would be that section of Franklin Road up there on the north edge. It is parallel. It just so happens to be a rural road that has one of the lower rankings that needs to be worked on. No, there was no consideration of turnpike at all in our planning or our choosing of the roadways.
I appreciate you speaking to that. Thank you.
Okay, and you mentioned no tax increase, that it's the same rate that voters approved 20 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Has just grown because there's more developed property in Norman than there.
And property values have increased.
And property values have
Yes, sir.
And since 2005, this program has touched over 500 miles of streets in Norman. We have, as you said earlier, a little over 800, close to 1,000 paved miles of roads in the city limits of Norman. And over the last 20 years, this program has touched over half of them.
That's what our data shows and what our record is indicating. Yes, sir.
And then the projects, as you mentioned, going back to 2005, have all been completed, except for the final year ones that remain from the 2021 program. But all the ones dating back to 2005 are completed, and those are publicly available for someone to look at if they wanted to see what's every street that's been done since 2005.
We are putting all those old ordinance languages up into the data that we have into our public information area, so that can be seen. You can go in, you can check those off. In fact, I think we've got a record of showing that with each one of these, because of good competitive bidding and getting good costs, we typically have had funding left over at the end, and we've actually been able to add roadways. So we've typically done more than what was actually originally planned for. To do that, we do have to come to council and ask your permission, because those roads have to be added to the bond program. So we don't just go out and choose roads and start working on them. We have to come to you and get your approval and make sure that it meets the public needs.
And you mentioned too that this program is not for building new roads. It's for maintaining the existing streets and roads that we already have in Norman.
That's correct.
Yeah. And our policy being that when a new neighborhood is developed, the developer puts in the infrastructure, the streets, but the city is who takes over the maintenance of it in perpetuity. And this program is in large part how we're able to do the preventive maintenance piece and so on.
Yes, sir. And, as part of that process, we do, of course, they submit plans that have to be accepted by the city before they're even constructed. We have a set of standards. They have to meet those minimum standards. We have inspectors that are out there while they're doing the work to make sure that they meet those standards. And then at the end, we bring that back to you as a final plat. And at that point, you as a council are accepting those final construction of that and accepting that on behalf of the city after the development committee has reviewed that and made sure that has met the correct inspections and has met all the correct standards.
And maybe off the top of your head, but what would our street maintenance budget look like in Norman if we did not have this program?
Certainly, we wouldn't be able to maintain
Different factors, of course.
we wouldn't be able to maintain the amount of roads we have now. We do have a certain set aside in our capital budget that goes towards streets that we utilize, and we still use all that money to go out and fix roads and streets that need it that aren't in the bond program. But certainly, we would be behind. We'd be more like our neighboring cities with numbers still lingering in the lower 60s on that pavement condition index instead of being up in the 70s. So we'd be further behind without this for certain. And it's definitely helped us get a leg up and put a better product out there for our driving public.
Probably safe to say we wouldn't get anywhere close to $35 million over 5 years.
No, sir. No, sir.
Street maintenance around Norman.
No, sir. I think we currently, I want to say around $2 million, and I could be off on that. It's budget season. There's a lot of numbers in my head. But it would not be near this amount of money, and we would not be able to stretch it nearly as far.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Rob Norman. Just in time.
Rob Norman, Ward 3. YouTube is a great thing because you can time it up just right. I'm here basically to talk on the bond election items. And spoiler alert, I'm going to advocate pushing all these things to a vote of the people because it's absolutely the right thing to do. I'll also give some idea of my own opinion on the projects. This is a project, a venerable project that we have voted in over and over and over again. It's core infrastructure necessary to maintain our infrastructure. I missed Mr. Sturt's presentation. I'm sure it was great, and I'm sure it went over the fact that this does not raise any millage rates, that this keeps millage rates at where they were before. And this is just something I would wholeheartedly support putting out to a vote of the people, and it's something I support in general as well.
Cynthia Rogers.
Cynthia Rogers, Ward 4. Sorry, I was negotiating with my partner on who got to say what. But I'm here first, so he'll have to adjust. A couple comments. Roads, core infrastructure, definitely the purview of the city government, definitely well supported in past elections. One caution, I'm an economist, Anthony Francisco used to have, don't say that, that bothers me, it's not a penny. If you look at the bond language, it's an amount of money, right? The city does not set the millage rate. That is determined by the amount of property taxes that we can access, right? Those values, and how much you borrow. Now, I know there's some flexibility about if the rates are higher, you borrow less, and how you time those. But the city doesn't set the millage rate, so you can't make a guarantee. Now, you can say it shouldn't, and that's a plan, and we'll work hard, but it's not a millage rate in the bond language. So I would caution you not to say that, so I don't pull my hair out and say, no, you can't promise that. That being said, so the last one was 27 million, and this one is 35, which is showing that our tax base is growing. But, and this is just a general comment about roads. The more we grow, the more we have to maintain. And this is really just keeping up. It's not giving us I mean, maybe we're doing better, but I think that has to do with the new technology that lets us do a little more fancy stuff with sidewalks and roads and road maintenance. But growth isn't making it so we can more afford roads, right? We are just keeping up, and hopefully we continue to keep up so our roads are great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4, so let's talk finance. The reason why Cindy and I were negotiating about that was who gets to make the point about the millage rates first. But it's good. I'm glad that she got the chance to make the point first. Always adapt to what your spouse permits you to do. I think that's an important thing to do. I want to say I really appreciate the attempt to keep Norman's part of the ad valorem sales tax consistent. As Cynthia noted, there's really no way to guarantee that because we don't control the bond market. We're not setting millage rates or anything like that. We're asking for a particular amount of money that we're going to get on the bond, which is fine. It's a good cause. I'm sure everyone could quibble about this road or that road, but this is exactly what city government is supposed to be doing. But what I want to suggest is the variation in the millage rates that Norman has seen over the past 5 years have actually, it's not a huge sort of band of millage rates, but in 2021, I just looked at my own tax bill. In 2021, Norman was getting 7 mills as the tax rate, and it got up to about 12, actually a little bit more than 12, as we got closer to this year. And it looks like 25 taxes were down to about 10. So just, the caution is you can try to keep the millage rate relatively the same. And I know we went through COVID and all that stuff, so it was a little difficult. But you can't really promise any of that kind of stuff. But I think that's fine. I think voters know that. They know that this is something that we need, although Cynthia's correct that we are not getting ahead on roads on this because the process that was described during Mr. Sturtz's discussion is that we end up taking over the maintenance costs for all the new roads, so it's cumulative, right? So maybe we're keeping up, maybe we're not. The main thing that I want to say is that a reasonable public policy avoids tax shocks, but notice that any of the tax shocks that we've had over the last few years have been in the sort of whole mill range. So we're talking about a 5 mil band that we've stayed in, and that's going to become important when we talk about the other kind of GO bond issue, because it is going to keep us within that band as well. I think you should say, as the Norman City Council, that the entire package being proposed here keeps the bond rate almost exactly the same, because that's all you've got evidence for. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayumi Windler.
Hello, Mayumi Windler, Ward 2. So along the lines of what Cindy and Steve were talking about, the growth in the miles of roads that we're going to be able to maintain. So the number of miles that we've been able to, service throughout these bonds has been increasing. So the last one was like 150 something, and then this one is going to be 180 something. So in 5 years, what is that going to be? And is are the new developments going to be able to generate the property tax income to pay for all of that? Because in 5 years, how many more miles of road are we going to be, or are going to be built that we will then have to take care of? That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's all, Mayor.
Any other questions or comments from the audience, from anyone who hasn't spoken on this item? Seeing none, is there any final comments from council on this item? Councilmember Gansberry?
Yes, first and foremost, I want to thank Scott and his team. Also for the bond prepared, attorney and everything that came and spoke to us, gave us some language that was really, really important to somebody like me. In the time that the city citizens of Ward 1 especially are crying and screaming about transparency and do better with less and everything else, the bond guy mentioned to us that all that the city is responsible for, Scott has to do is 70% of the roads that he plans to complete within the life of this project. That's all he's got to announce, 70%. And whatever he announces, he has to do, right? Or we got to pay back and be liable for false bond. Scott, year after year after year, him and his team, they put out a list of 100% of the roads they're going to do. Every citizen, before they voted, knows exactly what roads are going to be touched and how they're going to be touched. And he has a proven track record online where you can go back and see that he's never missed his quota of 100%. So that in itself should make you feel really good about where your money's going and how it's being spent right now.
Okay. I do have one. Scott, could you go back to the slide just that shows the budget for each of the programs, going back to the first one? No, there it is, yeah. So 29 and 25, 27. I mean, $80 million, roughly, of the ones we've already done, and now another 35. I really just wanted to show that to say this is a really great example of how Norman has invested in itself over the last 20 years. And ideally, we'd love to be in a situation where general fund revenue is enough to cover all of our maintenance costs, and we don't need these special programs that voters have approved to do bonds for street maintenance. But most cities in the United States are not in a situation where their general fund covers the cost of all of their obligations. Edmond has been getting by with that for many years. They've been trying to get a voter-approved straight maintenance bond like this passed, and they've been unsuccessful. Moore is considering a more than 1% sales tax increase to make up for shortfalls in their budgets. And cities all across the country are thinking of ways of how can we afford the maintenance obligations that we've taken on without going into more debt to do it. And I'm just real thankful that Norman voters and city leaders 20 years ago saw that Norman back then was not keeping up with maintenance infrastructure needs as we were growing. I mean, and that's the Norman that I remember as a kid growing up, was that a lot of the streets did not look like they were in great shape, and it looked like we had not been keeping up and doing maintenance on a regular basis, or at least enough to keep up. And when folks talk about whether Norman has or has not invested in itself or done things, I think this program is a great example of how in the last 20 years we've put in almost $100 million into street maintenance. And street maintenance, talking about doing $35 million in street maintenance over the next 5 years, that is a major economic development tool. Having streets that are in good shape promotes economic development. It's one of the biggest things the city actually does on a daily basis to promote economic development. Economic development cannot happen if there are no public streets and access points for people to get to all the businesses. You can't develop your land if there is not a street that is maintained well enough for you to use it. And so I just want to make that really clear that the city does a lot of economic development investment. And it may not be writing a check to one single organization, but it is doing something like this, $35 million of street maintenance investment over the next 5 years is a really big deal. And it's something that other cities, maybe outside of OKC, are not doing at the level that we're doing in this metro area. So just want to make the case that this is a really great program. It's been extremely successful. You've seen that we have raised our rating to over 10% above the national average in street condition. And I think that's apparent if you drive around neighboring communities to Norman. In my experience, their streets are not nearly as in good shape as ours are on a general basis. So absolutely encourage everybody to get out and support this on April 7th. Yeah. So, okay, I don't have any more questions about this one. Are there any final comments or questions from council about the street? Okay, thank you, Scott. All right, I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
All right. Item 41, consideration of an ordinance amending
We have to do final.
Oh, wait. We did the final, okay.
No, that was just the second.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
There we go. All right, all votes have been passed, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
Item 41, consideration of an ordinance amending sections 12-501 and 12-502 of the code to amend the definition of permanent residence, provide a definition of recreational vehicles, increase the transient guest room tax rate from 8% to 10%, and expand the application of the tax rate to include spaces temporarily rented for recreational vehicles, all contingent on voter approval of ordinance 0-2526-33. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. And it looks like we have Catherine Walker here to present on this.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, I'll cover this ordinance and then the next one, which is also related to this and has the our room tax was first approved by the voters back in 1980, at that time at a rate of 4%. And the purpose for which those funds could be spent were approved by the voters as well, exclusively for the purpose of encouraging, promoting, and fostering the convention and tourism development of the city. Uses in parks development and in promotion of arts and humanities are thus contemplated. We've had 2 increases in the room tax since 1980. Our last increase was in 2023. That tax is applied to the gross proceeds or rent from the rental of rooms or houses in Norman for less than 30 days. If it's over 30 days, you're deemed a permanent resident and you're exempt from the tax. Norman residents are exempt from the tax. So this is what everyone likes to call other people's money that we're talking about, a tax that's paid by visitors to our community. Revenues have been split since 1980 between convention and tourism, arts, and parks by contract. The city retains an administrative fee to cover the cost of administering the tax, and then the remainder was historically split between the Visitors Bureau, Visit Norman, at 50%, the Norman Arts Council at 25%, and then parks received 25% until 2023. That split was changed with the last increase to the tax in 2023 from 5% to 8%, in part to cover costs related to a sports commission at Visit Norman. And so you can see that split there now. We retain 4% for an administrative fee, and then it's split between Visit Norman at 59.375%, 25% to Norman Arts Council, and 15.625% to parks. If another rate increase is approved by the voters, we'll go back and amend those contracts to update those percentages. So the amendments proposed here in item 41 are an amendment to section 12-501 of the code and section 12-502. One of the things that we talked about with council changing is expanding the tax to also apply not just to hotel rooms, but spaces that are rented for overnight stays in recreational vehicles. And so you'll see an addition to the definition of permanent resident to make sure that those stays are treated the same as hotel stays. So less than 30 days, you're subject to the tax. More than 30 consecutive days, you're not. And then you'll see a definition of recreational vehicle there. In section 12-502, we're proposing that the tax rate be increased from 8% to 10%, and we're changing language to ensure it applies to spaces occupied by RVs for overnight stays. And you can see that there in the language. So to To get this put into place, we need the voters to approve it. We need them to approve, not definitions, but the raise in the rate from 8% to 10%. And then the application of that tax to those spaces occupied overnight for stays and recreational vehicles. And so you can see the ballot language here. It would become effective on July 1st, which gives us time to educate hoteliers and the RV campgrounds that we discussed at previous meetings to let them know that this tax increase will be coming July 1st. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Councilmember Gansberry?
Resident from Norman per se goes and rents a hotel room in Norman and can prove that they're a resident of Norman, do they pay this tax?
No. No.
Thank
You're
you.
exempt from the tax as a Norman resident.
Thank you very much.
If, on that same note, if a Norman resident goes to a hotel and they show they're a Norman resident and are still charged, what should they do?
We encourage them to contact the city, either the finance department or our office. I can give an example. We received a call recently or an email from someone who was being charged the tax, who had stayed up to, initially looking for a house in Norman, up to 30 days, and then beyond 30 days because they hadn't found anything yet. And so she was saying, shouldn't I be exempt because I've been here longer than 30 days? And that, by definition, makes you a permanent resident. And so the answer was yes, and we worked with her to get that language to her to share with the hotel, and she was able to get that refunded.
That's interesting. Councilmember, were you done, Councilmember Gansberry? Yes. Okay, Councilmember Grant.
And just to piggyback on that, if you're a tribal member, you show your tribal card, and the same process is for you as well.
Correct, correct. We made that amendment probably 3 or 4 years ago, I think, to add tribal members to the list of exemptions. Similarly, if you're staying for a state or city function and the state or city is paying for it, then you're exempt from the tax as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And to clarify too, does not apply to mobile homes, trailer park.
Right. At one point, I gave you guys some language that I told you I was still tweaking, and I changed it more because I wanted to make sure that we are not inadvertently including trailer parks or stays where places where you're storing your recreational vehicle. And so you'll see some language changes there about overnight stays. And again, less than 30 days is when the tax applies. So a mobile home would not have the tax applied.
But it would apply to the Liberty Point project that we just approved
Correct.
earlier.
Correct.
That being a RV resort. It would apply to them. Currently, it does not apply to that, but
Correct.
would if it's approved.
Correct. As long as someone's staying less than 30 days, it would apply.
Okay, any other council comments, questions on that? Okay. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Rob Norman.
Rob Norman, Ward 3. Once again, thank you for sending a method of public finance to a vote of the people. It funds the Arts Council, funds the Sports Commission, and Visit Norman funds parks, and we are doing that in a way where we are going to be giving significant taxpayer money to people who aren't necessarily the government, but that we generally like, but nevertheless, we should be looking toward vote of the people financing mechanisms for this. Now, quite frankly, if anyone came to TIF 2 meetings, they heard me and some other people when the arena was up saying, why are we not, like every other city does when they do arenas and entertainment districts, using public financing mechanisms that require a vote of the people? So here is an example of doing things right. I'll say more about that when it comes to homeless shelter time. But here in general, this has been a good tax and a good use of public funding. And most importantly of all, the people get to approve or disapprove it.
Cynthia Rogers.
Still Cynthia Rogers, Ward 4. I'd like to echo what Rob Norman said about getting to vote and putting this to a vote of the people. I was going to ask a question, but I think this was clarified that the percentage split would be the same as we approved in the last one of how much goes to Visit Norman, the Sports Commission, the Arts Council, and to Parks and Rec. And I'll also note that, so a clarification of that would be good. And then also to echo what Mayor Holman just said, this is investing in our community. This gives us stuff that's economic development. So when people say we're not doing enough, sort of what Visit Norman is doing for us. It's what the Parks and Recs are doing for us, certainly what the Arts Council is doing. Quality of life is sort of the go-to thing for economic development in, modern economic literature. That's a big deal. So thank you for putting this to a vote.
Thank you.
Steve Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I want to say that I'm generally in favor of this. I mean, it's great to get to vote on it in particular, but I think the policy proposal actually makes a lot of sense. It seems to me, if we're being realistic, this is the sort of other people's money strategy. I like the description of it that way, is probably our best and maybe only way to sort of cash in on the SEC people who are coming to town, because it's unclear whether or not there's going to be net new economic activity overall. But if we get to tax out of town activity a little bit higher than other places, that actually probably will earn us some money. So this seems to me to be something that could actually work. I mean, obviously you have to worry about raising it too much. If it were 100% of their hotel stay, they wouldn't come. So I do think, maybe we need to keep up with the Joneses. Seems like 10% is pretty close to that. So I think all of the sort of financing there makes sense. I would quibble about how we do the split, but we could probably talk about that later. What I do want to ask, and this is against the backdrop of generally being positive about this, but during this latest cold snap, I know there were a lot of people who donated a fair bit of money to Norman charities to help buy hotel rooms to allow unhoused people who wouldn't otherwise have to be outside places to stay. So there are a fair number of charity hotel rooms that get paid for in Norman. So I was wondering how that's going to work with this tax. Is it who has to show the ID that they're from town? A lot of unhoused people don't have their IDs. They're not easy to get. You got to get transportation up there, but you also tend to lose them when you live outdoors. So is it the person who's staying in the room? Is it the person who is purchasing the hotel room? Who shows the ID? And I think we have to worry about that policy-wise, because there's a potential loophole, right? So if my friends come to town to see an OU basketball game, which has happened before, do I get to reserve the rooms with my ID and not pay the tax and just have them Venmo me the money or something? So, I mean, maybe we want that in certain cases, like with the unhoused, and maybe we don't want that if you've got your cousin from Alabama coming in. So just questions about that little minor detail are the only thing I'm thinking about right now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayumi.
Hello again, Mayumi Windler, Ward 2. So I have a question about the resident status. So what if I have somebody that comes to visit, say on like December 10th, and then they stay until, say, like January 10th, with the whole thing where it's like the current year or the previous year. So, and it's consecutive. Does that span the year boundary? Just a weird thing. Not that I would have my guest actually stay in a hotel after they've been here for 30 days, but then how would you also prove that they've been here for 30 days if they've been staying at my house and then I kick them out and say, go stay at a hotel now? How does that work? And then about the percentage, it's like we're almost a real city now. I've stayed in large cities and the guest taxes, 11, 12, 13%. So I don't know. Is Norman a real city now? Thanks.
Thank you.
That's all, Mayor.
All right, anyone else in the audience that hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Yeah.
Good evening, Council. Paul Wilson, Ward 1. My wife's worked at a hotel here in Norman going on at least 10 years. She's never once had anybody even ask about this. Not once. So, I mean, how do they prove their residencies? I mean, how many of us have moved from city to city, and the first thing we think of is go change our driver's license? No, we wait for that to expire. And then we change it. Because who's going to pay a fee, then a year or so later have to pay another fee to get a renewal? One thing I can't answer is the lapping of the year. It's 30 consecutive days. So if it starts in December, ends in January, it's still 30 consecutive days. But I mean, the other question I have is, are we doing this also with Airbnbs or Vimbos? Because if we're not, according to the language, it was not included. So if I was somebody looking at voting on this, and I'm not seeing Airbnb or that style of room, is that going to be is that excluded? Well, how fair is that to all the hotels in Norman when people can sit there and do an Airbnb and not have to pay that tax? So, I mean, it should be in there that it includes not only recreational vehicles, hotels, but also Airbnb-style rooms. That way, as a general public, they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And we did just pass an ordinance for a lot of ADUs, and a lot of those ADUs are being used for Airbnbs. So, I'm not sure if that's also included, but as far as the wording goes, it's not in there. So, in my perspective, I'm thinking they're not being included. And if they're not being included, why not? That's a lot of lost revenue if they're not being included. A lot of tax revenue that can fund the parks, arts, sports. So, I mean, that's one question I had. So, and like I said, we're basically doing this for the few parts of the year that our hotels are taxed and very in demand, mostly football season, maybe parents' weekend. But for the most part, if you drive around Norman on any given night, we don't have a lot of people staying at our hotels. So if we increase the tax, is that going to draw it down even further and draw them up to Oklahoma City, who may have the same tax rate, but it's a lot larger city? So that's the only thing I had. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Any other comments from anyone else about this item? Okay. Any final comments from council? Councilor Gansberry.
Yes, just comment on this and the importance of this. Is a couple months ago, I went, Cynthia Rogers group out of OU had me talk about a brain drain affecting Norman and Oklahoma as a whole. And what is brain drain? Brain drain is basically people get smart here, they go to the university here, that do all their investing as a child here, but then when they get to the time that they're making real money and become an adult, they look around and there's nothing here that they want for their family. We don't have parks. We don't have the right roads. We don't have arts. We don't have tourism coming in here. That's what keeps people here wanting to live within our town to spend money. So if we have a mechanism in place where we can look and say, look, I'll be the first to say, we are not Moore, we're not Oklahoma City. We're an SEC football town. Nobody else in the state of Oklahoma can say that, except for Norman, Oklahoma. And that being said, if you want to compare the rate that we're going to ask with 10%, we're actually very low when you do apples to apples and do it against Knoxville and Baton Rouge's tax rate right now. Just look that up if you want a good laugh, especially Baton Rouge's, okay? But this is needed for our town. This helps with that tourism. It helps with our great park system that we have. It helps with all these things that, as a tight budget that we're trying to watch right now, we just wouldn't have the money to invest in to keep all these young people here working in all these new businesses and living in our new town.
Thank you. Councilmember Grant.
Yes, I'd like to recognize City Attorney Walker to clarify some things.
Sure.
Right now, short-term rentals are included. It's not changing.
Correct. It's covered by the definition of hotel, which isn't included in this ordinance because it's not proposed to be changed. But yes, we've been collecting that since we started licensing them.
And I assume whoever's doing the education campaign will point that out. And then the other question about our charity work for getting unhoused people off the streets during winter weather events like we've had. How does that work if it's an unhoused person staying?
I'm not entirely sure. I think what happens, practically speaking, is the hotel's going to automatically charge that, and then you have to approach the hotel, whether that's the nonprofit or the actual person staying in the room, to say, this person's a resident. Different hotels likely require different proof. I think, some hotels, obviously, if a nonprofit comes and says, we're renting this room for a homeless resident of Norman, they may take that at face value because of who's asking for it. Others may require a driver's license, a utility bill, something like that. It really probably varies from hotel to hotel.
So it sounds like maybe some relationships are established and the hotel knows who they're working with.
And maybe that's an education for the nonprofits that are purchasing those hotel rooms as well.
Yeah.
To know to ask for that.
Yeah, it sounds like further research is needed. Doesn't sound like a stumbling block, though. Thank you.
I think so.
Okay, thank you. I would also note, there was a slide at our meeting last week that showed, Jeff, yeah, come on in.
Russell, Ward 2. I've done a lot of work with caravans and putting people in hotels. Not this season, has been the rest of the team, but previously. And the way that it worked is they did not charge us the tax. We paid for the rooms, but the people were residents. They've all been here longer than 30 days. So kind of answers that one, right? All right. Just wanted to cover that for you. Does that answer it all?
Thank you. Yes, at our meeting last Tuesday, we had there was a slide that showed all the cities in the SEC and what all their different tax rates are, and the different things that they have taxes on. And Baton Rouge was over 18%. Tuscaloosa was in that 18%, and they had guest room taxes. They had alcohol taxes that the city collected. They had something else that we didn't collect that they had a tax. What's that? Restaurant tax. They had multiple taxes that they had tacked on to visitors. And, at a place like Tuscaloosa, for example, it's, an hour from the nearest city. And so they're a city smaller than Norman, but they're an hour from the nearest town. So there's no options for anybody else. There's no competition. With Norman, what got us kind of having this discussion was that just in the last year, just since we increased our rate to 8%, Oklahoma City and Midwest City have since increased theirs to over 9% for their visitor taxes. Midwest City just did theirs in November to 9.25, if I recall. And then we had the playoff game that was unexpected, and that just kind of got everyone thinking that, you know, that's a big opportunity, and this coming season we will have several big home games in Norman again, and how can we best take advantage of that opportunity? And so the idea of increasing our rate to 10. There seems to be support from from Visit Norman and from the Arts Council. And I know that hotel demand varies definitely throughout the year. We know that we have a proposed expansion of the Noun Hotel coming forward in the next few months of 48 additional rooms. There is a downtown hotel development that the county's been working on for a little while that they're planning to bring forward, hopefully this year. There's a new hotel with the Sooner Village development south of the National Weather Center on Highway 9. And then there is also a hotel that's proposed as part of the University North Park Entertainment District. So there are multiple potential new hotels that may be coming to Norman in the next few years. So we know that's out there. We know there's big games coming and opportunities. So as it's been mentioned, this tax, it's a good way to get revenue from visitors to Norman that we don't have to spend very much money on services for them at all, since they're here for a very short amount of time. And we can then use that money to do maintenance on our parks and make our parks nicer, do tourism, do arts and things like that. So I think it's a pretty valuable tool, and I think there's a lot of communities that have been looking at Norman and other cities that have this visitor tax and thinking about how they might be able to do the same thing in their communities to address the same needs that we have. So with that, we were on
Number 7.
7, right. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
Item 42, consideration of an ordinance authorizing the calling and holding of a special election on the 7th day of April 2026 for the purpose of submitting to the registered qualified electors of said city the question of approving or rejecting ordinance number 0-2526-32, which ordinance amends section 12-501 and 12-502 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, by expanding the application of the tax rate to include spaces rented for the overnight stays in recreational vehicles and increasing the excise tax upon the gross proceeds or gross receipts derived from rents received from occupancy of hotel rooms and recreational vehicle spaces from 8% to 10%, providing an effective date for said increase subject to voter approval. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Is there a representative? We already went over it. Anything different?
I don't know that you guys need anything additional, but we do have the ballot question up on the board that would achieve these ordinance amendments we just discussed.
So voters on the ballot will be, do you want to increase the tax? And then do you want to add RV, et cetera, et cetera?
It's all in one question.
One question to raise and add it together.
Correct.
Got it. That makes it simple. Okay. Any council questions? Any further questions? Any further public comment about this item?
I have Rob Norman.
Wait, comment on this one.
Cynthia Rogers. Steve Ellis.
Peer pressure.
Paul Wilson. Mayumi Windler. Just a
I'll
moment.
ask Bobby. I'll ask him, yeah.
Miami Windler, Ward 2. I actually forgot to ask this the last time I was up here. So the RVs getting a guest room tax, is that normal? Okay. I mean, why were we not doing that here before? Why are we starting it now? That's it.
From what we understand, yes, it's a normal thing in the other SEC cities, I guess. In Norman, from what I understand, our RV situation has been contained to Lloyd Noble Center, and there's no tax collected on that. But now that we have a potential privately run RV resort, that's when that discussion got started 2 years ago when we first approved that project. Was, well, should we add RVs to the guest room tax too? So, any further comment from the audience? Mr. Stevens, good to see you.
I'm sorry I got here late, but out in Ward 5, the roads are pretty bad. I just want to thank the city manager for making a bunch of roads in Ward 5 a four-way stop sign. Not everybody likes them, but I certainly do. And I would certainly like to see how many wrecks has went down at these intersections.
Bobby, or Mr. Bobby C. This is just about the guest room tax.
Oh, okay. Well, see, it's been a while since.
I know,
down
I
here.
haven't seen you
It's
on
been
here.
quite a while.
We got miscellaneous comment at the end, though.
You do have miscellaneous? Okay.
Yeah, and I'll ask if there's
All right.
anybody else.
I appreciate it. Thank you,
You
Mr.
bet.
Mayor.
Thank you, Bobby. Okay. Are there any final comments from council on this item? Seeing none. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
All right, and I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
The motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
Item 43, consideration of an ordinance amending Article 2, Section 2 of the city charter to move the beginning date of council member and mayoral terms to the first Tuesday following scheduled runoff elections beginning in 2028 for even-numbered wards, 2029 for odd-numbered wards, and 2031 for mayoral terms. Article V, Section 2 of the city charter to allow for alternative professional certifications beyond certified public accountant to qualify for the position of city auditor, establishing an effective date contingent upon approval by the voters. Okay, and I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. All right, and we have Catherine Walker here to present about this too.
Okay, if you don't mind, I'd like to present about item 43 and 44, since they're related. The city charter serves as the foundational document for the city of Norman, and so anytime we go to amend it, we have to take it to the voters for approval. We first started discussing these amendments last summer during your retreat, and then we've had a few meetings since where we've discussed them further. These discussions resulted in 2 amendments being proposed. One, to make changes to council member terms. It's still 2 years. I'll talk about that in a minute, just changing when it starts. And then changing the city auditor qualifications. If approved by the voters, the changes will become effective once the governor has reviewed and approved the charter changes. Just to give us an idea of time, in 2022, I think, when we took the last amendments forward to the charter, it took close to a year to get them approved. So it can take some time, but it's important to get these before the voters to get that process started if they do approve them. So the first amendment is to Section 2 in the article dealing with council members in the charter. This would change the term of office to begin the first Tuesday following the runoff election date in April. You'll see some sort of odd start dates here, but the reason we do that is because we don't want to affect any current terms, your start or your end date. You all were elected to 2, and in the mayor's case, 3 full-year terms. And we don't want to impact elections for which candidates have already filed, so those upcoming. So you'll see that beginning in 2028, the terms of council members chosen to represent even-numbered wards would begin that Tuesday following the date of the scheduled runoff. And then for odd-numbered wards, it would begin in 2029, and then for the mayor in 2031. The other proposed change is a change to the qualifications for the city auditor. This was a new addition to our charter back in 2022, and we've had one person serve in that position. And following that service, council discussed wanting to have some more options for certifications and qualifications for that role. So this would add to that, to those certifications that are required. You could be a CPA, or a certified internal auditor, certified fraud examiner, or other equivalent professional certification. That just gives you more flexibility from which to choose from your pool of applicants. So this results in two propositions. This would be Proposition 3 on the ballot, the amendment for the council member terms. You see that there. And then Proposition 4 would amend the charter to allow for those alternative professional certifications as described in the ordinance. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there any council questions regarding this item? Seeing none. All right, this is an opportunity for the members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Rob Norman.
Rob Norman, Ward 3 again. And again, the most important thing is we're putting this to a vote of the people and letting them make the decision on this type of an important issue. As for the merits, the moving up the terms, the beginning of the terms of council members, I think I've acquainted enough with that to know that that's a much needed thing. In many cities across Oklahoma, they don't wait so long and don't linger so long before a new person is sworn in. I've seen it cause unneeded disruption to have someone voted out and voting on important things, and it's still their duty to do it, but nevertheless, it can cause a lot of citizen disruption and a lot of citizen problems. I know of some cities that you have your election in February, and if it results in a decision, the next council meeting, those people are sworn in. This gives a little bit of a breather for runoff elections, which I think is wise. As for the internal auditor thing, again, the important thing is to put it out to a vote. I'm going to say personally, I haven't had the bandwidth to study this one to know how I would vote on it. But the important thing is we will vote on it. I don't know if I'm convinced that it's the best thing to do or not the best thing to do. I can see it both ways. I can see how it's hard to fill the position with CPA qualifications, but I can also see how CPA qualifications are important for this position. So again, the important thing is we're putting it to a vote, and I'll probably do my research before I cast that ballot.
Thank you.
Steve Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I'm a little confused by this particular kind of agenda item because it seems like there are two very distinct policies here. Before I go on and embarrass myself, are these split on the election? So there are actually two different things proposed for the ballot. So I'm wondering why there's only one ballot title here. I thought that you guys need to consider each of those items separately. So, I mean, it's a quasi-legal question, but it's also a question about the intent of the law. Because I'm with Rob on elections. It seems to me that people should be taking their seats pretty quickly after they're elected rather than waiting a really long time. But I'm inclined against changing the auditor qualifications because there's a particular purpose that we were trying to get an internal auditor for. There's a reason why the position is structured as it is, which is someone who answers directly to council rather than staff. And it seems to me that we should be really clear about what we want in qualifications, and just throwing it open to lots of things, whatever the council decides, might undermine the purpose of having an auditor in the first place. Or at least that's a discussion that I want to hear. I think Rob said the same thing before we go to vote on it. But can we consider this particular agenda item as one item for the purposes of adopting a law? It seems like this is violating that standard in the Oklahoma Constitution. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayumi?
Hello, Mayumi Windler, Ward 2 again. Okay, so for Proposition 3, I know this has been talked about in the past, and finally it's here. Finally we get to vote on this, so that's exciting. Proposition 4, that is a little sus. So, yeah, I don't know about that one. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's all, Mayor.
Anyone else from the audience who would like to speak on this item?
Russell Rice, Ward 2. I believe the previous auditor didn't have any auditing degrees, and that's why we're here tonight. But am I reading that right? That they can have the other ones if they want instead of like the CPA license? And is it all auditing? Are all those positions an auditing position? I guess I don't know that much about auditing, so just curious. I really want to get somebody in who knows what they're doing, not someone who wants to talk about what they want to do, like the last one. So, thank you all.
Okay. Catherine Walker, would you maybe discuss the questions that were asked about the legality of the ballot?
Sure. I think the question was about why there's only one ballot title, and I want to point out there are two ballot propositions before you. Those questions are not combined in one ballot item, so you have Proposition 3 and Proposition 4. The charter amendments are included in one ordinance, as our previous charter amendments have been. We don't typically split those up question by question or section by section into different ordinances, so it operates similar to our other ordinances that we have council examine as amendments to our code.
Okay, thank you. Any final comment from council? Councilmember Grant?
I'll just answer to the reason we're expanding the definitions for the city auditor, and it has to deal with CPAs in their industry. There is a lag, and so there's not a great pool. And I think maybe I should turn this over to City Attorney Knighton, since some of this was talked about in executive session, and I don't want to violate any of that. So if you could.
We have been looking for information about why our charter is written the way it's written. It specifically requires that our internal auditor be a CPA. I'm not sure where that language came from. I'm going to assume that it came from former council member Castleberry. And the thought process is our external auditors have to be a CPA. So the people that come in and audit us every year through the finance department, they're required to be a CPA. So the thought process seemed to be, if the external auditor is required to be a CPA, then the internal auditor should also be required to be a CPA. Since that time, and when this issue came up, whenever it came up, the research that we've done shows that internal auditors in the state, there are two cities that have internal auditors. One is Oklahoma City and one is Tulsa. Oklahoma City's chief internal auditor is a CPA. Tulsa's is not. So there doesn't really seem to be a consensus one way or the other with regard to whether that's a requirement or not. Again, the two largest cities in Oklahoma, one has a CPA and one does not. But because this issue is something that's in the charter, it's going to have to go before a vote of the people to make that determination as to whether or not they want to expand those requirements or whether they want to leave it the way it is. So that's how we got here.
Okay. Okay. I would note about that too, that with the term change, it is something that's come up all the time that I've been on council, basically. Elections in Norman used to be later on in the spring, in April and May, and it made sense then that fiscal year starts on July 1st. The city budget is adopted in June, and maybe having people elected in May and then voting on the city budget the next month wasn't the best idea. So that was the justification, at least the way I understand it from back then. And due to changes in state law over the last decade or so that have changed when we're able to have elections for municipal officers, we're now in a situation where really February is the only month where we can make sure that our city council elections happen the same month every year and allow for there to be a runoff in April. So we could have April elections, but every other year the runoff couldn't be until September, I think. So, which is 2 months after when our charter says we have to be sworn in. So that's how we got into this situation that we've ended up having to move our city elections earlier in the year and further away from the adoption of the budget. And so, as was mentioned, there are other cities. Oklahoma City is one where, a city of almost 800,000 people, and the council members, when they're elected, they are sworn in at the very next Tuesday, the very next meeting. So there is no time. And I mean, you could have an expectation that people running for city council should be very aware of the city budget and all the issues already, and should be ready to hit the ground running right when they get in. But I will say there's somewhat of a balance. It's nice to have a little bit of time. You get elected, you can go visit with the different city staff people, the different departments, council members, before you're thrust into having to vote on a big topic potentially. So I think with February, and then that's one of the questions I got a lot this past year was being elected mayor in February but not being sworn in until July 1st, and just constantly as time went on, people asking me, well, how's it going being mayor, and what have you, this and that, and I'd be like, well, actually I don't get sworn in until July 1st, and they'd be like, what? I feel like I voted for you last year. So, that is, I think, a good reason for us to change it. And I think basically getting sworn in within 60 days is pretty reasonable to get your feeling and get your feet under you and get in there. So I think that's a good change. And then the other one, just as mentioned, the difficulty in just limiting it to a certified CPA when a certified internal auditor, a certified fraud examiner, I think would be equivalent and as far as certifications and someone we could trust to do that job adequately. So, but I would encourage everybody to think about that. It's not a deal breaker. We can go out and find find a certified CPA. Hopefully, it may cost more to hire that person than what we had in mind. But if we'll work with whatever the voters decide on that one. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on the final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All vote. The motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
Item 44, consideration of an ordinance of the Council of the City of Norman authorizing the calling and holding of a special election in...
We need to do the final.
We already did the final.
I think you said final, but it was actually our second. We were on number 7.
Okay, I think I was reading the final comments. Are there any final comments? I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Back on track. The motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes unanimously.
All right, item 44 is consideration of the ordinance of the Council of the City of Norman authorizing the calling and holding of a special election in the City of Norman on the 7th day of April 2026 for the purpose of submitting to the registered qualified electors of the said city the question ordinance 0-2526-34, which ordinance amends Article 2, Section 2 of the city charter to move the beginning date of councilmember and mayoral terms to the first Tuesday following scheduled runoff elections beginning in 2028 for even-numbered wards, 2029 for odd-numbered wards, and 2031 for mayoral terms. Article V, Section 2 of the city charter to allow for alternate professional certifications beyond certified public accountant to qualify for the position of city auditor. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. And were there any additional, it's a companion item to the previous one? Are there any comments from council regarding this item? Okay. And, all right, this is an opportunity for members of the public to comment. Remarks should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered?
Yes, Mayor. Rob Norman. Steve Ellis. Mayumi. That's all, Mayor.
All right, anyone else from the audience want to speak about this item? Okay. Are there any final comments from council on this item? Seeing none. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the reading passes unanimously.
Item 45, consideration of an ordinance calling and holding of a special election in the city of Norman on the 7th day of April 2026 for the purpose of the issuance of general obligation bonds in an amount not to exceed the sum of $8 million to be issued for the acquiring, constructing, reconstructing, expanding, repairing, which may also include improving, renovating, acquiring, and equipping of a community facility to serve as a homeless shelter and to be owned exclusively by the city. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section. And there is a member of staff, Catherine Walker, here to give a presentation. Excuse me.
We talked about this last Tuesday at length, so I'll be brief, but I did want to cover a little bit about how we got to this point. Back in 2019, winter was approaching, and Food and Shelter, who had previously been able to provide some shelter in their dining hall during the winters, announces that they will not be able to do that anymore. The city put together a plan to use the old library building, which had been vacated but wasn't being renovated yet, as a temporary overnight shelter for that winter season. And in August of 2020, we sent 4 bond questions to the voters for them to consider. One of those propositions was $5 million for a homeless shelter community facility, very similar to the one you have tonight. But at that time, we didn't have a location identified, and we hadn't done some of the steps to really identify what kind of shelter we needed, how big did it need to be, and things like that. And all propositions were defeated at that time. In December 2020, we leased a shelter space on Comanche in East Downtown, just adjacent to Porter, and opened that for the winter. We also took a step forward to look more long-term at how we could address this problem by contracting with Homebase to perform a gaps analysis study and strategic plan to look at the gaps and help us identify action items to address those gaps. In December of 2021, they released that study, and one of the things it identified was the need for a year-round, low-barrier, housing-focused shelter. We continued to operate the shelter at Comanche, but it was closed in 2022 due to issues with the landlord's ability to insure the property. So we immediately issued an RFP trying to find someone to find a suitable permanent location for the shelter and operate it. Food and Shelter was awarded that RFP, and then after several unsuccessful attempts to find a permanent location for the shelter, council gave direction to staff to evaluate these city-owned buildings just right here on Gray Street. to use as a temporary shelter. The shelter began operating in that building. It went on for a couple of years, but in 2024, Food and Shelter terminated their contract to operate the shelter. And so the city pivoted and contracted with City Care, who runs shelters in Oklahoma City, to ensure continuous and uninterrupted operations of the shelter. We began discussing concerns with the downtown area and trying to address those. We also, well, I'll cover that in just a second. In 2025, we have looked at so many locations for a permanent shelter, but council finally opted for a location south of Food and Shelter. And we purchased that from the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services in December for about $74,000. And we contracted with FSB, an architecture firm, to provide a conceptual design of the shelter that would fit on this land that we purchased. It's about 3 acres. In 2026, City Care is continuing to operate the shelter, and they're intended to operate this new shelter. We will negotiate a new contract for them as we get closer to that shelter opening date. They do intend to fundraise and seek grants to help offset operational costs as this effort goes on. We do have, as Councilmember Grant mentioned during her comments at the beginning, efforts ongoing to address concerns with adjacent neighborhoods and develop solutions for those concerns. So those efforts are ongoing. And FSB presented that design for the shelter, which is also designed to minimize or positively impact some of those concerns. They presented that to council just a few weeks ago, and council gave us direction to bring this to the voters to consider approval of the issuance of general obligation bonds not to exceed $8 million to fund the new shelter. So I'm going to turn to Jason Olson, who's going to talk about the shelter design, and then I'll come back at the end and talk specifically about the GO bonds.
Jason Olson, Director of Parks and Recreation, also oversee facilities for the City of Norman. Y'all have seen this many times, but just to quickly cover all this, we did gather a small group to help us design this, which includes city staff, along with City Care and a few other members of the community, and police did participate in this conceptual design process that we did work with FSB. We had about 10 meetings, and every single time taking input from every single person on there. But we are designing this to shelter about 100 guests, and there are a lot of separate areas into this. We are working on this land. Right here is our site plan. As you can see that we have 2 buildings right there. We do have a detention pond, which is to the south. So if you look to, it's my left, probably everybody else is right. That is the north up there, and then you also have you have Food and Shelter to the north. You have Bishop Creek over there towards the east, and Reed Avenue towards the west. Site was a little bit limiting just because of we needed to figure out where to put detention, along with some pre-existing utilities that was going through there. And some limitations that we had to make sure that we would be as less impactful in the neighborhood as possible. We did move both of the buildings as close as we could to the street, making sure the drive and parking and intake is on the backside of the building away from the neighborhood. Also working environmentally to have as less effect on Bishop Creek as possible, and also talking with as we develop this, we do believe that we actually will improve that portion of Bishop Creek because of the development. When you start looking at the 2 different buildings that we have out there, you're looking at about 21,000 total square feet for both of these. On your upper right side for council, upper left side for us, that's where intake would be. On the bigger property, then you would have offices and a multi-use area that would be used for possible eating meals, different activities over there. Then you do have separate women's and men's dormitories. Both of those will be built up to hopefully and more impactful to keep people safe in the case of weather emergencies. We'll definitely be able to move people inside there. We do have a screening and intake, storage, separate storage for both men's and women's, separate shower for men's and women's. We do have an area for kennels and a dock walk area that is inside and outside, just to make sure that our friends without homes have it more comfortable if they are having their friends come with them to stay at the homeless shelter. On your right side, we have family apartments, and when you kind of look at that as a package, we have a community area in there for families, so a common living room type area with separate areas for families being there. You kind of think of those as your 2 double bed hotel rooms when you go in there, enough area for all the families to stay up, and their own separate restrooms. On the bottom half of that, you have respite areas, just in case somebody has that's staying there has a medical issue or a disability. They can have their own separate area and have a little bit more help along with staff going there, and probably and also some medical area. Also been told that hospitals necessarily, where we've been told by CityCare, in a medical situation you only get so much time inside of a hospital area, but there are chances that the medical hospitals will also pay to have the respite rooms out there for patients, because it's more cost effective for them to put them in an area like this than it is to keep them in their hospital. So it does make a little sense right there. It does have a little bit of revenue possibilities on that end. 2 of these buildings together, when you start looking at that, you do have one that faces north-south, and the other one's kind of oriented east-west. You have a common area in between those. The family and respite areas do need to stay separate from the single occupancy type areas, or somebody that's coming in there by themselves. That area in the middle is pretty much a courtyard or concrete. There are possibilities of putting recreational features in there. That was my idea because I'm a parks guy. But just having an opportunity, if they are there during the day, maybe something for them to do, to go shoot baskets, play cornhole, or do other kind of outdoor activities. Also, depending on programming from our operator, there are going to be other opportunities for things to do during downtime when folks are staying over here. Let's see, and then we have a few renderings of what it possibly could look like. Just kind of looking on this outside, you do see those bump outs. Those are your dog run areas. I think it's been a while since we went through this presentation, and storage on the other side. This is kind of it's a little hard for me to see, sorry. The look from the other angle. When you start talking about conceptual cost estimates, we do feel really, really comfortable with this cost estimate. Total construction cost is about around $6 million, and you have to start adding in construction and design fees along with fixtures, equipment. And 2, it's nice to have a little bit of owner contingency. A lot of times when you start doing construction, I would say a lot of times, almost every single time you do construction, there's always a surprise that when you're working with, it's unexpected. Some of that owner contingency could be used if we discover we have anything else left over. Could be used for further neighborhood security issues if there are worries. Don't have a slide in here for kind of a time estimation, but we think if we are flying and we're going our very top speed, we think we can do this in about 18 months. That's from design to ribbon cutting. We are using metal prefab buildings, and they will be built at the same standard as any other construction, but they do tend to go a little bit faster. You can order these boxes as we go ahead and order, if we know the size of the box, basically, as you think what it is, and design as those are being ordered and delivered to site, so that will save us both time on design and construction. And I think that is about it on my side. I'm going to tag back out to Catherine so you can hear all the legal cool stuff.
The exciting stuff. General obligation bonds are paid via property tax levies over a period of time. This is proposed as a 20-year bond. We did reach out to our financial advisor and receive some projections. The average annual tax increase over time, over that 20-year time, ranges from $3.26 a year for a $100,000 home to $17.46 for a $500,000 home. So fairly modest proposal here. I do see questions out there about how can we know that this will be spent on a homeless shelter? And I would say, look at the ballot question. Shall the city incur an indebtedness of $8 million for a homeless shelter community facility? And then look at Section 2 of the ordinance, similar to the street maintenance bond program where we list all of the streets that we have to do in Section 2. We list how we're going to use this money in Section 2 of Ordinance 252636. It shall be expended for homeless shelter community facilities. And again, even though we're only obligated to identify where 70% of the proceeds will be spent, we've identified 100% of those proceeds will be spent on this shelter. And that is a practice that Norman has typically taken with its GO bond issues, is to identify 100% even though not required, just to assure the voters that they know how this money will be spent. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we also have our bond counsel here, Nate Ellis, to answer any bond-related questions.
Okay. And that amount, that does include the amount to finance $8 million.
It would include, yes, the financing costs.
Covers everything. There's not an extra.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Are there any council questions regarding this item? Councilmember No Fire, I see President has been there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I saw that the occupancy was rated at 100 people. In an emergency such as last weekend and this upcoming weekend where it is incredibly cold outside, how many people can we actually fit in there?
That's a great question. I think that as we go through design, there is a calculation that you start working with the fire marshal with. It's per square foot per person. We haven't done that exact cost or that exact measurement of every per square foot, and it might change a little bit as we get furniture in there. But it's definitely in an emergency situation. I think we can go up and above beyond that 100. We have plenty of square footage in that building that would count towards basically a place where people could stay at overnight. But once again, I think that would float up as we started getting farther and farther into design when we have for sure square feet assigned to all these sleeping areas.
Questions from council? Councilmember Bruce?
Couple of questions for you. So the $8 million includes debt service on the bond?
Correct.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah, the cost of issuance, financing costs.
Okay, it doesn't include the debt service. Okay. The operational plan for sustainment, I'm still in draft, I guess, as far as operational cost and.
Yeah, since we're about 18 months out from having the facility, our goal is to work with City Care. They're going to continue to fundraise and seek grants, and that will inform a lot of that process and negotiation when we come forward with a new contract for the new facility.
And the concept of operation is no expectation, low barrier shelter, no expectation shelter.
A low barrier shelter.
So what is that?
It's a shelter that, well, it's hard to define, but a shelter that allows people to come in regardless of convictions or drug status. You know, obviously sex offenders would not be allowed to come in. They still have to follow their residency requirements, but it does not create barriers that keeps people like that on the streets.
So there's no expectation for case management?
No, there will be. City Care talked about this last week. They want to partner with Food and Shelter and work those two services together so that they're not overlapping. Food and Shelter provides case management. City Care would like to have a housing navigator to take on the housing end of that. to help people get out of the shelter and be housed.
So that's offered, but there's no expectation that individual or individuals sign up for case management?
I don't know if City Care would require them to sign up for case management or not. I know that in their current operation, I think it's greatly encouraged, and they do have a pretty good participation rate. I don't know if they plan on changing that.
You know, you mentioned the home-based study that was done, and I saw in that study they recommend a shelter, a city shelter, and it seems like they jumped to that conclusion. So in my mind, I'm thinking, you know, normally the government acts as a catalyst, not the provider, to create the conditions where MPAs, not-for-profits, religious and non-religious, take on that mission. And, you know, we create that condition. I'm wondering why the MPAs, non-for-profits, didn't increase their capacity or provide those services to the homeless.
You mean existing nonprofits in Norman? Why they're
Yes.
not jumping into
The
service?
COC.
I think right now, especially, there's a severe funding crisis in these type of services and in mental health services, generally speaking. And so I don't know that anyone has the capacity to take that on. City Care does this in Oklahoma City, but it's through contributions from the city and a lot of history of fundraising because they've operated that shelter a really long time.
So that, you know, that's, from my understanding, municipalities of, 130,000, roughly our size, that 90% follow the model where they incentivize the non-for-profits to do the mission. And fewer than 10% are in a situation where they own their own shelter and provide the services. So I'm wondering why we jumped from that traditional model to owning our own shelter or recommending that we own our shelter as a city.
This has been identified as a problem for a number of years, and we have gone through community conversations. We've at one point had an ad hoc committee to address homelessness. We've had the Xenia Institute try to solve this problem and an OU group try. And I think the challenge has always been that there is not a nonprofit with the capacity to jump in and provide a shelter, a full shelter. So the incentive maybe from the city is providing the building and some operational costs. And that's really how we were able to get a nonprofit to come in and provide that service.
And Councilmember Bruce, to that point, in the Cleveland County Continuum of Care with 40 nonprofits, 2 of the 40 actually identify homelessness as part of that primary mission, that being the Salvation Army and Food and Shelter. The other nonprofits touch aspects of homelessness and do provide services to unhoused individuals. And in the arena of both Food and Shelter and the Salvation Army has been on a quest to raise the capital necessary to do an expansion on site. And that conversation's been underway for about 5 years, and it has not yet been accomplished by that particular nonprofit. Food and Shelter does have plans for transitional housing and an expansion of the tiny homes, but this function really isn't part of the long-term plan for Food and Shelter. They would be great partners in supporting this population under the proposed shelter service, and actually the director at both Food and Shelter and City Care are in conversation, and their goal is not to replicate services, but to add some synergy between those two particular nonprofits with an eye towards better outcomes and more efficient throughput.
I understand. I've taken a look at the capacity numbers, at least tried to take a look at the capacity numbers associated with those members of the continuing care and those members that are external to the continuing care as far as what's available, and their future capacity as far as growth there too. Once again, I guess we didn't create the conditions where the nonprofits could succeed. I mean, 'cause we're going down a route where 90% of the municipalities our size don't own and operate. Nonetheless, I think it's a critical need that we've got to fill. And I'm glad we're going to the voters to decide, hey, are we going to own a shelter or are we going to go a different approach? But something needs to be done. You know, I see the need every day. No doubt about it.
Councilmember Candace-Berry.
Councilmember Gansberry.
And Peacock.
One, I want to thank the city for everything that they're trying to do, and I'll definitely have some comments during the comment section after everybody else also. But just with some questions I've been asked and everything, was able to, me and Helen Holman, a couple of others, were able to attend the interfaith breakfast the other day, and we had the Homeless Alliance guru from Oklahoma City there to discuss the homelessness in Oklahoma City. And they have 7 shelters. Every one of them ran by large church organizations. 2 of them ran by the largest religious organizations in the world. And their pit count is still 1,400 people because it takes a community approach rather than individual approaches to solve a city problem.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yeah, I just had a lighter question for Mr. Olson, please. It's in the some of the earlier versions of the plan we saw, there were some walls that were highlighted as hardened walls, like reflecting a storm shelter.
Yes.
Those stay intact in the current version?
Yeah, and when I was talking about that, the words could not pop up in my head, but yes.
Okay.
Both the men's and women's dormitory areas will be hardened structures. That way, if there is a storm or emergency, they can be inside there and still keep everybody separated.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered for this item?
Yes, Mayor. Evan Taylor.
Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Evan Taylor. I live in Ward 4. I also live in Original Town Site, which is the neighborhood immediately west of the Reed Avenue shelter site. I understand what tonight's vote is about and what it's not. This vote's about whether to send this matter to the voters for a vote on the bond. It's not a final vote on the design or the operations. While planning conversations have been ongoing and they're clearly underway, there are assumptions that are emerging from those conversations that have not been documented fully and have not really been shared publicly. Now, the sequencing on that makes sense, but it also has consequences. Based on the staff memo and the materials that have been presented so far, the city is necessarily moving forward with a set of assumptions, and those assumptions matter because once this bond is authorized, that flexibility will likely narrow, and those assumptions begin to shape real outcomes beyond just what the shelter's physical designs may be. As I understand it, the city is implicitly assuming that pedestrian circulation through the adjacent residential streets can be accommodated without significant offsite impacts. One thing to note is that Original Town Site is in between the shelter site and downtown. It's in between this shelter site and the bus station. It's in between this shelter site and really the rest of Core Norman. There's also assumptions that the spillover activity can be managed even where the adjacent land is owned by the state and outside the normal city enforcement authority. We have to remember that this site is surrounded by state land, by Griffin South, where Norman police cannot go and cannot enforce. The other thing that's being assumed here is that the city departments and the operators will be, and the coordination between those two will be sufficient if conditions turn out to differ from expectations. Now, I'm not saying that those assumptions are wrong. I'm saying that they're doing a lot of work that normally analysis should do. And if this bond passes, sounds like it's going to be a long construction runway, and these assumptions will continue to quietly shape decisions over time. But if the bond fails, decisions will likely be made much faster. There will be fewer opportunities for review, and either way, these assumptions matter. My request tonight is simple and forward-looking, As this process continues, regardless of the bond outcome, it is important that council be clear on the record about what assumptions are being relied on and how the city plans to respond if they don't hold in practice. There will be impacts on our neighborhood. And absent a clear planning and response network, those impacts will be managed informally, after the fact, or not at all. I want this project to succeed, both as a service and as a neighbor. Clarity now, or at least a commitment to clarity before decisions harden, will make that much more likely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob Norman.
Rob Norman, Ward 3. Again, I congratulate this council for putting this to a vote of the people and choosing a public financing mechanism that puts this to a vote of the people. I would dare say that if I did a poll right now and y'all responded to it, I would find a count of 5 or more that like this project, that want to do this project, that see the pros outweighing the cons. And maybe there's a way to find a public financing mechanism that gets around the issue of having to have a vote of the people. But I'm going to congratulate you folks for not doing it that way. I'm going to congratulate you folks for not just pulling a power move here and going with what you thought you personally liked, what you thought you were enthused about, what you thought was morally right personally, and saying, we're the representatives, we're going to choose for the people. You're putting it to a vote of the people, and you're choosing a public financing mechanism that's not that high. You could probably find the money somewhere else. But you're going to send it to a vote of the people anyway. Now, a little data. In one of the candidate forums, which was an outstanding format, roundtable format, I got into some dialogue with some candidates for city council about these numbers. Salvation Army, point-in-time counts. I'd like to repeat them to you. I've kind of honed them down. Looking on the city's website, the 2025 point-in-time count was 238 total. 2024, 240 total. That's a good data set. Salvation Army, the only entity of the private sort that's really providing shelter beds on a systematic basis, currently has 40 beds, 50 in a pinch. Once they do all their phases of expansion, if they can raise the private money, which they have not been able to do so far, Food and Shelter has not been able to do so far, they wind up with another 92 beds after phase 3 to 140 to 150. That leaves us with a good 100 folks on the streets who would be displaced and unhoused if the city didn't step up. I get on to Food and Shelter sometimes. I say, why aren't you providing more food and shelter? They do a great job. But I'd like to see their grocery store open more. I'd like to see them be able to provide more beds, more shelter. But the bottom line is that the private sector has not been able to step up and meet the need. And to that point, I would say that now we're at a point of comparing it. We're looking at facility. We're looking at what do we need to do to put together a good and needed facility. To that point, I would say we are light years ahead of where we were with Norman Forward in 2015. Only one of y'all were up there then when I was like pulling on that rope really hard. And that was not a very well-planned thing that 70% of the people voted for. It did not have solid budgets. It did not have land transactions for many of what we now know as the flagship programs. It did not have plans and specs for facilities. It did not know where they're going to go. We've learned that lesson and we've got it here. And we've got operators. We didn't have operators for a lot of the flagship projects. And there were situations where an operator situation would go awry, and our folks with city staff, there he is right there, would step up and have shown a track record of being able to make operator systems work when it looks like they might go awry. I think we have all the things in place we need to be able to send this out to a vote of the people, and we have all the things we need.
Cynthia Rogers.
Cynthia Rogers, Ward 4. Rob is cracking me up because when the Norman Forward conversation was going on, all the things he pointed out was the things that I was pointing out, but we were on definitely opposite sides of what was going on there. I wanted more details because we had like conceptual designs, and that was, a long, expensive program. So yes, yay, I'm glad that this is going to a vote of the people. As much as I support this and think it's the morally correct thing to do to take care of people, I'm glad it's going to a vote of the people because I approve that. In terms of comments about, the social services in town not getting it done and the city not supporting them, I would say Norman's a little different than towns of our size. We had that big hospital called Griffin Hospital in Red Rock, and they treat people, and then they get them stable, and then they release them in our community. And a lot of other communities our size don't have that issue. So that's sort of a negative impact. The positive impact was the jobs and having the services here, but the negative impact, and I think that was a shortcoming. People get released, or they get released from the jail, but they're not sent anywhere. And so I think Norman has maybe more homeless issues than other communities of our size, but we're not super wealthy, so our social services have been struggling to keep up. So I think that might be why there's the gap. And we know that the whole reason the city, and I remember, we'll do an emergency shelter, we can't have people on the streets in the cold, was because the social services couldn't keep up. So I'm glad the city's contemplating this. I'm glad, there's a property. We have an operator who has lots of experience doing this. It's a location close to food and shelter. I think we've learned a lot. So I'm looking forward to voting yes on this, and I am glad that you're going to put it on the ballot. And then $8 million in the scheme of things over a 20-year period is not a big bite. We're talking about a $35 million bond for 5 years of road maintenance. Norman Forward was a lot more than that. The Young Family Athletic Center, which was also a bond issue that was rejected when the homeless shelter came up, voters rejected that. But we've spent more than what was proposed on that charter amendment, on that ballot initiative on that facility. So there was a workaround. I would have preferred that we voted and got voter approval for that. So thank you.
Thank you.
John Scamehorn, I haven't seen him. He left. Steve Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I had expected to confine myself to the financial issues involving this bond, but I want to make a kind of philosopher point here, since I get to wear that hat in my job. I think it's important to realize that our social system has unhoused people as part of its sort of like regular product. The fact that people are unhoused is not an accident. It's a predictable result of our social structure. Our economic system just doesn't house everyone on its own. That's not something it provides for. You might like it for lots of reasons. It's very productive, and it tends to reward people for taking initiative, but it also leaves people behind. And I think most of us would agree that structurally assigning people to the bottom rung of the ladder doesn't mean we can just let them go. I think we have reason to help people who are currently unhoused, We will probably always have the unhoused with us until we change a bunch of stuff about our social political structure. But I think it's important to realize that we have this need and we can do better. But this point I really came up to talk about today, I guess I have half my time left for that, is really just how damn cheap an $8 million 20-year bond is. I was listening to Catherine Walker's discussion on this, and I think we're looking at the same numbers because she noted that a $100,000 house, paid $3 and a fraction dollars or something like that? Yeah, okay, well, my eyes are really bad right now. So 3.5, let's say roughly. Well, I figured if our bond here has the same repayment structure as our last 20-year bond, the maximum year, the repayment burden actually changes over time the way that works. And the maximum year, which is about 3 years out, was roughly $700,000, which I figured to be actually a little bit higher than, I figured it was closer to $4 rather than 3.5. I don't know if I got a rounding error or something like that, but that turns out to be 0.4 mil on your tax rate. And bringing back something that I talked about earlier, that's easily within that band that we try to keep our Norman taxes in. We can't guarantee a tax rate when we do bonds. We borrow money and we gotta pay it back, so the tax rate is what it has to be. We rationally look forward and try to figure out how we avoid tax surprises, but that gets us pretty close, right? Your tax rates for Norman over the next few years got to be something like 10, 11 mils, and this just does not change that. This is the whole bond package on the ballot coming up is gonna be revenue neutral, basically. It's not gonna change your tax rate. So we should think about this bond as being no extra cost, essentially, because it's only $700K per year, decreasing over the course of time. One last thing before I run out of time. Can we please flip the order of these things on? There's no reason to put the bond issue for the homeless number 5, because as you heard at your last study session, you lose votes that way.
Paul Wilson.
Good evening, council again. First and foremost, I'm glad not only is this going to a vote of the people, but we're finally not kicking it down the road anymore. It's actually, hopefully, in the final stretches. But there are some things that have been answered for me, some that have not. Obviously, the timeline for this from start to finish, we heard 18 months, but when does that 18-month clock start? Because obviously, we're going to have a vote on April 7th. And when does it actually break ground? Which leads into the next thing, how much is it going to cost? It says $8 million. As Councilmember Peacock will attest, if we don't build this relatively quickly, construction material costs can go up astronomically. So yeah, right now it is $8 million. Is there any safeguards in place to be able to build it within the 18 months at or below $8 million? Because I know most voters don't want to sit there and vote for a bond, and then a few months later, once this is going, see them have to come back to ask council for more money because construction costs have gone up. Obviously, we know who's going to run it, but we don't know how much it's going to cost. We did that once with the PSST tax. You guys put it in there at 0.25%, and you just shot it in there. But you even have said in the past that was not going to cover it. So we need to know how much it's going to cost, and if the city is going to pay for it, where's the money going to come from? Because most people know this, our tax income has been flat for several months. Yes, it has been based off of a record tax revenue from the past, but we have to go by that going forward, because if revenue is not coming in at a higher rate than going out, we start going the wrong direction. Last, will there be time limits for the people that go to the shelter? Are there going to be programs in there to help them get clean and sober and or find jobs so they can get out there and rent and get off the streets and allow somebody else that might need help to come into the shelter? Most of you know, I am a product of a shelter. That was one of the requirements to stay there. You had to be looking for a job. Is that going to be at this one? So, I mean, there's a lot of ifs or questions out there before this even goes to a vote of the people, because we really don't have any answers. We're just voting on a shelter. What programs are going to be in place? So I think that's important information that the public needs to have, so they have an educated knowledge of what's going to be, what the expectations are for this shelter, especially since it is being funded by public tax dollars. The last thing is, yeah, as far as the taxes go, for the property taxes, you hear $17 a year, you think that's not much. But for renters, landlords don't just raise your rent by $17 because the property taxes went up. 99% of the time, they triple them, plus other added expenses. So now you're looking at rentals going up even further. We have a rental crisis. Our affordable housing is not going down. I mean, we've waited over 2 years for Crimson Flats.
Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to call the question.
Are there any other comments?
Yes, I have 3.
There's 3 more comments. You wanna,
We can call the question.
I mean, yeah. Oh, it just needs a second if that's what you want to do. Okay. All right.
Okay, I rescind that.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman. Okay.
Mayumi?
Mayumi Windler, excuse me, Ward 2. So, so this is $8 million for a shelter for people. How much did the animal shelter cost as a comparison? What?
Nobody's but
9?
So, yeah.
So I guess the idea is, do we care more about animals than we do people? I don't know, for me, I value them equally, so I would like to have people sheltered as well as animals sheltered. That would be a very nice thing to have. So the numbers of people that were in shelters over this weekend, how many people did not have a shelter? Did we have any casualties? I didn't see anything on the, but it's a possibility. It was really cold, so that's a concern. In terms of, when will this be built? I mean, we get to vote on it, and then, when does that break ground, and then the whole getting it built, and that's a long time still. And so, in the meantime, will there, are we going to be continuing with the Gray Street shelter until the new one is, ready for operation? I brought this up before. There's a foster program for animals. Could there be like a foster program for adults I mean, we already have like foster programs for children. Could that be a thing? Thanks.
Thank you.
Chelsea Gravel. Carlinda Gravel. That's all I got, Mayor.
All right, anyone else from the audience that hasn't spoken?
Russell Rice.
Russell Rice, Ward 2. I've mentioned this before, but we need to make sure that the neighbors are taken care of. I believe they should be getting curbs and sidewalks, correct? Sometime soon. And then fences and lights, be really helpful for them. Also, if we can just not do the arena TIF, we'll have plenty of money for $8 million on a homeless shelter. Just saying. I think we spent like $54 million on a YFAC, on the Young Family Athletic Center. Kind of makes $8 million look kind of small, doesn't it? One of you mentioned only 2 nonprofits that solely work with the homeless, but it's 3 caravans, Norman Caravans. We only work with the homeless as well. Myself and, just about every advocate I've ever met has wanted this exact plan to go through. The exact spot. It's perfect. We've talked about it for years. So thank all of you for getting it this far. It was mentioned before that the information in the vote, where at and how much, was probably one of the main reasons why it didn't pass last time. And having that information beforehand, I think, is going to be a game changer. So, good job on all that. One of you guys sounded like the old mayor, seeming dumbfounded that the churches and nonprofits can't just take care of this issue. They're all broke. We're all broke. We're a nonprofit. That's why they can't just jump on it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any final comments from council? Councilor Peacock was trying to. Oh, yeah. Councilor. Yes.
Yeah.
Bobby Stevens, Ward 5. Homeless has been a problem in this town for a long time, and it's not going to go away. We all know that, and we can't just take it away and think that nobody's going to see it in our town, because it's everywhere in our town in every ward, and it affects the price of everything, including real estate, because nobody wants a house next to a homeless shelter. And that was one of the things I wanted to address tonight. Are we going to have law enforcement like at the schools? Because law enforcement is at the shelter just about every day. And are they going to be camping out like they do in the yards and the neighborhoods? I know over there at the shelter on Reed Street, there ain't but one property owner that still lives on that whole block. And they own 2 pieces of property. Their house, their lawnmower's been stolen. They've had people camp in their yard. They call the cops on a regular basis, and they can't do anything, really. There ain't that much. So are we going to put a fence around it? Are we going to have any kind of security, any more lighting? Because when you put it, and I ain't classifying everybody equally, in this, but you're going to have some problems. It's even Walmart's got its own police department before they can park their cars there in the front. So, as well as I do, law enforcement has been to the shelter many a time. It'd probably be just about as easy to keep somebody there, except somebody that way some stuff don't get out of hand. I heard them talk about possibly a hospital, having a place for a hospital, like a triage thing, Could we have like a place for law enforcement there? Have a presence there at all times, just like in the schools. I mean, we do it at the banks and all that kind of stuff. That's just one of my questions I was saying. And I ain't against the shelter at all. I know we got to have something. It's immoral to let people live. They didn't choose that way of living. A lot of people don't. It just happens to people. Anybody can be homeless at any time. And I'm certainly not here bashing the homeless. I'm just saying there's been a lot of issues with putting a homeless shelter near a neighborhood like that. And I said the same thing in 2015, and it happened. So that's my comments. I want to thank y'all for y'all's time. And Stephen, you're looking good up there.
Thank you, Bobby. Okay, council comments. Councilor Peacock was trying to say something before we went to,
Yeah, Grant was actually first.
okay.
Yeah. I got all of them down there.
When is the realistic time that we would begin construction?
So you have to start thinking about, we have to put everything out for a proposal we have to put the proposal together, minimum 30 days. So that would probably take us somewhere in, going pretty fast, 45 days. And we have to interview, then get it back to you. That's another 30 days worth. So we're probably looking at somewhere around 90 days before we can get an architect under contract, and then once they get to a certain level of drawings, we have to put those out to bid, and and the same thing with the contractor, and find a contractor and let y'all accept the bids. And once again, we're talking about another 90 to 120 days from start to finish on mobilization. But I do think with the form of construction that we're going with, and the prefab metal buildings, I think a lot of that can be absorbed inside of the kind of schedule that we work out with our architects. So I would think it would probably take us about 90 days to get up and going, and then it'd probably be about 18 months after that hopefully we can get. And when I say 18 months, you have to give me a little bit. We don't know what we're going to head into when we get into construction. So I think our target time, 6 months for design and about a year for build on this. So, but give or take, I know that's confusing, but give me 90 days and then about 18 months after that.
And we're pretty confident, even with this timeline, that $8 million will cover it.
Oh, well, without a doubt. When you looked at that budget that we had for $6 million, there's a contingency inside of that was already factored in, that you give to your contractor, and then we had that $500,000 owner contingency just in case we had any kind of crazy change in markets that go along with construction. And then I'd like to say with that one, once we put it out to bid, which is probably about 6 months into the project, that will lock our price. So we're 7 to 8 months out from that once you get to April and if it gets approved.
Okay. And if not passed, what kind of timeline would we look at? It would be much slower, is my assumption, given that we would have to raise the capital to do the build out. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think that you have to find the capital funds and turn to council to find those funds, and city staff. And when you start talking about that different kind of project, there's still a lot of built in that you have a bottom factor of surveying and doing earthwork and building your detention pond. That is a base that will never change, no matter if we build the $8 million project or if we go to a way down scaled project of that. We still have to plat and survey and get stormwater flowing correctly on that site. So there is a base change that will never change that. So you're still looking at probably a real significant cost if you choose to build something if the bond doesn't pass.
And we were planning on selling the building on Gray Street, so that would also have to actually be purchased, so that money would be in our general fund. So we would probably slow down quite a bit on realizing a full shelter versus if we pass the bond.
Yeah, and once again, we would go through there and probably still go through the same exercise of hiring an architect and trying to work on a scaled back, smaller project.
And then I think that is it for the actual build and whatnot relating to the shelter. I need City Attorney Walker for the other parts of my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I know the neighborhood and other stakeholders are interested in a committee, whether that takes a formal, if it's a city committee or citizen-led committee, still, up to the neighborhoods to decide if they want to be nimble or rigid, because city Open Meetings Act, it's can't break quorum, have to agendize, all that, so you can't respond to things quickly. But in our contract with CityCare, can we have something like a good neighborhood agreement that is in writing, that certain issues will be addressed, and kind of lay out how that will happen?
Yes, that's something we can work to negotiate and put in the contract.
And I know we're really early in this, but, you know, there are parts we can do to mitigate some of the impact that will come. When it comes to security, one of the reasons we left our previous, or there was a parting of ways with Food and Shelter in the city, was over the hiring of security. CityCare is known as the gold standard, and I hope their presidents, if they're able to move over there, will lift boats on that end. But we also have a PACE team that works over there.
Yes. Yeah, so the PACE team is made up of police department personnel who are specially trained to go in and work with the homeless population and other challenging issues across the community. And so they regularly go to the shelter. They work and are familiar with the people who go to the shelter and are available to address issues across the community, particularly related to the unhoused.
And it would make sense for PACE to also be on this committee, whether it's a formal city committee or an informal citizen committee.
Sure, I'm sure one of them would be willing to go to the committee meetings.
And then when it comes to programs, we do not require people to participate, but I'd just like to point out that in our contractor updates, which are located on the current unhoused and shelter updates, we regularly see people who can't work who are getting their disability when they are in the shelter system, and those who can may not always be housed in Norman. They might go to other communities where the cost of living is a little less, that is sustainable. I was going to ask, what kinds of things can the city as the owner of that land do to address some of the issues that were pointed out with state land and other situations that might come up?
Currently, we don't have an agreement with the state to enforce our ordinances on their property. The county does and is able to enforce state laws on the property, and they do from time to time. I think probably more likely without an agreement, we would be proactively, CityCare and Food and Shelter, all working together to proactively address issues that may come up with the people who may be on state land but shelter residents or seeking services from Food and Shelter. And so I think a lot of that's addressed proactively through the service providers.
And then I guess this could be for Jason or for you, but for Gray Street Shelter, I think it was always our intent to leave it open and transition humanely from one shelter to the next without an interruption in services, so that is something we would still do.
That's correct. That's something that's been important to council over the last number of years as we have looked at different locations and moved from locations, is to ensure a smooth transition that doesn't leave anyone out in the cold.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Peacock?
Yeah, so we're on comments?
Yes, questions either?
Sorry, okay. I just want to say that, you know, this has been an issue that I've dealt with basically all 6 years that I've been on city council. Hasn't gotten easier. Nobody has a silver bullet. I think it's a problem that's, you know, obviously multifaceted, so it requires a multifaceted solution. I support putting this to a vote 100%. I'm proud of what we've accomplished here tonight, because I think it really represents a lot of hours for a lot of people, not just the people that sit up here, but there's a lot of individuals that have done a lot of work behind the scenes that obviously aren't getting recognized, but you know, they deserve a thanks too. But what I really want to say, I think, is that, you know, doing nothing is not a solution. We're given an opportunity here to really be leaders and try to solve a problem that's been facing us for a long time. So I think we need to step up and do it. But I'd like to also add that I spoke with Council Member Hinkle earlier today, and he was, suffering from a pretty acute medical issue in the hospital. So he was regrettably not able to be here tonight, but he very much shared those same thoughts and passions about the issue. I know he's a guy that's volunteered in the point in time count for a number of years. He's worked with a lot of these nonprofits. I think he's just, very much in support of this, and I want to make sure he also gets the recognition for that and for, missing out on this vote, but being here in spirit to make that vote. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Gansberry?
Yes, as we all know how I care about the homeless in general and those without. The only reason I ran for city council was because my predecessor had the decisive vote to not let us vote on a $600 million arena or not. And I felt like as a ward and with my friends, our voices were not being able to be heard. And so when I took this position, I said, I will always make sure those without a voice will always be heard. Well, our homeless population is that largest population that doesn't get heard on a normal basis. They don't have the mom, dads, and all that to make sure they're doing the right thing or taking care of them. They have to rely on other people's resources. But for a lot of people to say that they don't contribute, as we've learned, a large majority of our homeless are actually senior citizens. They get a senior check. They go pay stuff, go to dinner, go to get their groceries and their daily needs and everything like that, and pay sales tax as everybody else does in this town. And I think we owe them that right to make sure that we do our small little role. As a person, I live by two mottos that I feel like went by the wayside: Norman Way, Oklahoma Standard. We're supposed to care about people. If your relative was homeless, would you not reach a hand down and try with any means possible to help that person get a hand up? Yes, you would. I keep on hearing this $8 million price tag. So I had a buddy at work that said, David, just tell me in simple terms for me, what does it cost to me? And we see the number 326 to 1746. So to make it easy for my guy, for his math, I did $12 for his property taxes as being a property owner here in Norman, okay? So for each of us that are property owner in this town, per day, at that rate, we would spend 0.032 cents to build and do the whole shelter right now. For all the homeless that might be in it for the next 20 years, it's going to cost us 3 cents a day. Donald Trump now tries to tell us the pennies don't matter at all. So, I mean, that's almost nothing. But for those that look at what's it cost me in 20 years? You take that $12, 20 years, cost $240. What a coincidence. The point in time number last year, Rob, you told us 239? So over 20 years, if every homeowner in Norman would give $1 to a homeless person that was in the point in time contact, we're going to fund and build this homeless shelter for the next 20 years. So it literally does not cost nothing to do the right thing. But I have ran into a couple people who says, I don't care about humans. I only care about animals. And that's your right. We spend $2.2 million, I think, a year on the budget for the animal shelter. We spend $800,000 on humans, and everybody gripes about that. Okay? But if you feel like you only can help an animal, okay, we got 22 pens in that shelter for animals. So that's only going to cost you $11 per pen over the next 20 years to make sure that dogs aren't homeless in Norman, Oklahoma. Thanks.
Councilmember Blodgett?
Yes, thank you. I just want to bring something up that was mentioned earlier that I fear that we have forgotten already. When the gentleman from Mission Norman was speaking, he said there are families living in cars in Walmart parking lots. That stuck with me this whole time. That's been tearing me apart up here, actually. So I just would like to remind you of that. And also to those that have reached out to me when I was first elected that are business owners in this town that was asking me, would I support moving them so they will no longer be hanging out in front of their business? And yeah, I do. That's why I'm voting yes for this. And I hope that they will too, because this is the solution for that. And if we don't have a shelter for them, they're sleeping in unsafe spaces, which is not good for anyone. So that's why we need to quit asking these questions of how much it costs and all that. They clearly told you, and you need to think about what is the moral thing to do.
Thank you. Councilor Bruce?
Norman's a very compassionate town. There's no doubt about that. You know, you combine or you pair compassion and expectation. You know, people rise from that. Community strengthen, and dignity takes hold. So this is important how the ways and means you go about this and doing it right. And I'm really looking forward to the vote. You know, it's a service that's needed, but the ways and means how we get that service out, it's also important.
Thank you. Councilor Gansberg?
I'm sorry, I forgot a couple highlighted points I wanted to make and everything like that. Sorry about that. Another thing, for that same price that I told you that it was going to cost you, here are the things that you're going to get in return for your money for that little bit of amount that I told you. They will have wraparound services there. They will have a partnership between food and shelter and city care like we've never had before. Well, I've been having to answer 100 emails about the weather outside and how the roads are. City Care and Food and Shelter was making sure that all of our homeless was in a place warm and cozy and everything. Nobody asked me, hey, Dave, how can I help a homeless person? How can I get somebody in the warmth and everything like that? Also, you have to look at the fact that within the next year and a half, our state mental hospital is going to leave Norman. And we'll get to see truly then what's the impact of that leaving our situation. I truly, I know it's Helen's big project too and everything. I want to make sure that there is a refresh of all of original town site down there. I was shown a lot of areas that definitely will be a walking path through there and stuff like that that needs attention. Make sure it's not forgotten about. But definitely want to keep our word to the people that are actually on Reed Street about that, expanding their yards and lights and going in there and talking with Evan. I thought one thing was a big deal, but to him, he goes, we don't really necessarily need that item here and everything like that. So that's why we have to have communication with them to do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Grant?
I just have one more follow-up question for Jason. I couldn't read my writing, so I parsed it out. Because the city will own that location when it comes to trash and all the things, we will enforce what our rules are, just as we do with city care at the Gray Street shelter, correct?
Yeah, I think those things can be outlined in our operator agreement. With going on for everything from inside to outside, and it kind of depends on negotiations, you know, who's in charge of landscaping, picking up trash. But, just like any other city property, we want that to look as good as possible, so we're going to be there to assist as much as we can.
I'm sorry, it just keeps.
Oh, what has been the experience with city care running the Gray Street shelter when it comes to some of the problems we've had in the past with trash, loitering on the sidewalk and blocking it?
I don't remember any problems. They're an exceptional operator.
So they keep it clean over there?
Yes. Yeah, on the maintenance side, anyways, what we see, around the building's a lot cleaner. We don't have inside the building, we don't have as many maintenance requests. So, yes, they're really good at taking care of their property.
And then, since it is city property, the proposed location for a new shelter, we can have services like the day labor van that go there not only to pick up laborers, but they could also clean that property, or all public property.
Yes.
Okay. And this isn't for you.
Okay.
I'll just say that Food and Shelter, the way they operate, there has been a leadership change. And I would say that what we see off Reed today is probably a lack of resources and an operator entity that is trying their best to meet those needs. And I do think that a shelter working in partnership with them would vastly improve the life for the people in the tiny homes. And hopefully together, these entities can work to create a better environment off Reed Street. So those are just my 2 cents on what could happen in the future.
Thank you. And really just one clarifying question that someone asked about the ballot. We were talking about it all being on the same page, and we think that's probable.
So, I went back and looked at our charter election ballot to see where the vote drop-off was that everyone was concerned about. And they were able to fit 4 propositions on the front of that ballot. They varied in length of word, but what they appear to try to do in each column is try and get the entire proposition in a column with the yes or no vote. I did reach out to the election board, and they tried to coordinate with the state election board to actually send our proclamations over and have a ballot, a sample ballot kind of laid out and printed for us to see what would fit. They had some technical issues and then the snow, so they weren't able to get a response, but I did talk to our contact at the Cleveland County Election Board today at 5, and he said what they said was they will do what the state said. The state assembles the ballots. They will do everything in their power to get it on the front of one ballot. There is a possibility of potentially a longer ballot if we can't fit it on the front of one ballot. We'll have to look at that when we get there to see what size would be needed. There are certain sizes that need approval by the state election board secretary, but they very much want to fit it all on the one side of the ballot and not leave one question or 2 questions on the back.
I think that would be preferable.
Yes,
It's longer
yeah.
piece of paper, whatever, but to get it all in the same thing, that people only have to look at one.
Absolutely. And they definitely understand that that's our goal, and that, if there's a longer ballot needed, then it may be an additional cost, but we'll get those numbers and we'll figure that out.
Okay, thank you. And any funding that's spent on building this facility and operating it, spent by us, would be subject to audit by the internal auditor,
Yes.
I would assume?
Yeah.
And probably our external.
External auditor as well, yeah.
Okay. I will say, just piggybacking on a little bit, because one of the questions about animal shelter, they're not really apples to apples operations, but for comparison's sake, we do spend over $2 million a year to operate the animal shelter. Over $200,000 a month is spent operating the animal shelter versus $65,000 a month for the people shelter. Both are vital resources that we have to have in Norman, obviously, especially in a city our size. But just for perspective, that is how much we spend on that service. Our city budget in total is around $300 million. Our general fund is around $100 million. So the amount that we spent the amount of money we spend on the operation of the shelter is less than 1% of our city budget, of our general fund budget. And there's always questions about where we can find money for operational of anything. There's always more money needed for every service that we have. There's never enough to go around. But it comes down to, what are our priorities as a community? And this is something that's been an issue the entire time I've been on council, as far as discussing what to do in the future. And it's not an issue that I foresee going away anytime soon, as much as I would love to see us solve homelessness once and for all. I think in a country like the United States, that should be attainable. We have a 500 billionaire that lives in this country, so who might be the first trillionaire in the next 10 years. So I would think it's doable in this country to end homelessness if we really want to. But right now the situation is what it is. I don't foresee a need for a shelter in a city this size, in this close proximity to a city the size of Oklahoma City, in a state like Oklahoma that ranks in the top 10 in bad things when it comes to mental health care, physical health, poverty, domestic violence, all those types of things. Oklahoma is one of the states that struggles the most with all of those types of things. So it's a need that I think we're going to have. So the question isn't about whether we have a homeless shelter in Norman. We do, and we're going to have one or several of them for the foreseeable future until homelessness is solved. how do we want to pay for expanding our services to more adequately address what we think the need and demand is. This proposal for a bond is the seemingly fastest, most efficient way to do that, unless some generous donor out there comes forward and writes a check. That's the other way it could be done. But as has been mentioned, we are a very generous community. We have a lot of people in Norman that contribute to nonprofits and volunteer their time. And we have a lot of faith-based organizations in Norman that do a lot of work with food and utilities and rental assistance and all sorts of things. But we have identified that that community is unable to provide this type of shelter, this low barrier shelter. And the city would have never gotten into this if there would have been any other option out there. I know when I first voted to use the old library as a shelter, it was because multiple homeless people had frozen to death in Norman. And that just seemed unacceptable in a city like this. For that to happen. I mean, that doesn't make us look good for business and for people wanting to move to Norman and things like that. And at the time, we had the old library that was available, and it made sense. And since then, we've been waiting for any other entity to step up and say, hey, you know, the city, thank you for filling in for the couple years. We've gotten together and we've decided that we're going to take over operating shelter services so the city doesn't have to. Been waiting for 6 years for that, and it hasn't happened. And so I'm a big believer that if no other entity, if no private entity can do it or will do it, and no nonprofits are able to do it, and if nobody else will do it, then I'm a big believer that the government is who has to step up and do something. And in our case, when the state and federal government will not do anything or aren't doing enough, when the county government won't do anything or won't do enough, all that's left is for the city. And I talked to elected officials around the state, local, municipal officials who feel the same way. They feel like cities are the ones who are left, cities and towns, governments, are the ones who are left to deal with those types of things when the state and federal government have shortfalls. That is us on the ground that are left to try to answer these questions and deal with these really difficult situations. And so, we have an obligation to the neighborhoods, as has been mentioned, not just neighborhoods that are impacted by the shelter, but I mean all neighborhoods in Norman when it comes to a matter of public safety. But especially in this case, these neighborhoods have been next to a state mental institution for over 100 years. There have been many social services that have come and gone from this area. And I think it's the neighborhood's expectations to have some stability and have an expectation of safety and care from our side is absolutely valid, and I think we have an obligation to follow through with that as we move forward, regardless of what we do, regardless of what this bond result is. I know that the average home in Norman is valued at about $260,000, and that comes to about 72 cents a month. $174 over the span of 20 years is what it will cost the average home value in Norman. So less than $1 a month, less than $10 a year, and less than $200 over the entire 20-year span. And not that this will solve homelessness, it won't, but it will bring some, instead of this back and forth for years about temporary locations and where can we go and what are we going to do, it can bring some finality to that question and get us on a better path towards being able to reduce homelessness in Norman and ideally help people get out of this situation faster. And so I just want to mention all those things and really encourage people to think about this, about what we can do as a community to come together and, again, help answer a question that we've been struggling with for years, that isn't a solution that is going to end it all, but will make a huge difference at a minimal cost. And as was mentioned, there is a cost to do nothing too. There is a cost to the fire department, the police department, our other services, Parks and Rec Department, businesses, neighborhoods, all sorts of things. There's a cost to do nothing. And so I appreciate everybody's work that has gone into this. Just to get to this point, there's still a long road ahead to educate the public about what this means, what this does. Operating agreements with Food and Shelter for Friends and City Care and expectations there. So still a lot of work to be done. And I've also discussed with the city manager about continuing communication with the state about a building that is on the campus of Griffin right now that we've asked about 2 previous times about moving the shelter there so that we don't have to wait 18 months to move it. That facility is an old rec center. It's in the middle of the Griffin property and is not being used for anything but storage. And so it's large, and it could be possible, even though ideally moving it and then moving it again, but that's something we will continue to explore as we move forward, how we can get it moved as quickly as we can, and how we could potentially move it to the Griffin property, even on a temporary basis until the permanent facility is built. So there's still some options out there and discussions going on about that. So with that, again, I appreciate everybody's work, and there's still a lot of work to do, like I mentioned, and we'll go ahead and vote so we can get out of here. See, the motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading, section by section, passes unanimously.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading as a whole. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Passed, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading as a whole passes unanimously.
All right, item 46, a resolution giving the Secretary of the Cleveland County Election Board notice of a special election to be held on April 7th, 2026. I will entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution. All right, and representation, do we have anything we need to say about that?
No, we're just required to provide this notice to the election board, as you all know, 60 days before the election date. And so this resolution will do that for us.
Are there any council questions regarding this item? Seeing none, are there, this is an opportunity for the public to make comments regarding this item. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers registered?
Steve Ellis. Paul Wilson. That's all, Mayor.
Anyone else from the audience that wants to speak about this item? Seeing none. Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Hang on. All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the resolution passes unanimously.
All right, miscellaneous comments. This is an opportunity for citizens to address City Council. Due to Open Meetings Act regulations, council is not able to participate in the discussion. During miscellaneous comments, remarks should be directed to the council as a whole and limited to 4 minutes or less. Do we have anyone signed up?
Yes, Mayor. Rob Norman.
One last time. Rob Norman, Ward 3. I'm going to change directions a little bit and get back on the subject of turnpikes. This Friday, if you don't know, if those in the audience don't know, this Friday from 5 to 7:30 at Cross Point Church, where the fight against the turnpikes began, is the annual Pike Off Chili Cook-Off. I'm going to have a chili entry at the risk of keeping you from going. I'm going to have an entry there, so I'll be there, and I'll be there anyway. And you're going to get, if you go, you're going to get some very important news about the next step in the fight. The next steps in the fight, I will say. Both legislative and in terms of litigation and in terms of an in-game initiative petition. Things that are coming more to fruition, things that are already being done, things that are going on right now and things that we are going to be in a position to really announce and things that you're going to hear about, even if we don't announce them within the next few days. So, by all means, please come to the chili cook-off. All people holding elective office, all people with city staff are invited. All candidates are invited. It's a great time to go meet people and learn what is going on with the turnpike fight. I saw some things in a city council study session about AIM Norman development in East Norman and drawing turnpikes on maps. And what I would say is once you've got all this news, you may not want to be drawing those turnpikes on a map just yet. So stay tuned about that. This is a marathon, and we are not surrendering. And not surrendering has been a pretty good, a pretty good recipe for victory in the past, in fights large and small. So that's going to be going on, and please show up, and please pay attention, and please know that when the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority does interface with you in the near future, and they do come to the city in the near future, there's going to be more changes that are going to be happening. And remember, it crosses half the wards. It's often seen as a Ward 5 issue or a rural issue, but it starts in Ward 3, my ward. They're going to try to start it right there, and that's where they're getting ready to try and start it, and that's where we're going to deploy our forces towards stopping it. So, come to the chili cook-off, have a great time, and learn what's going on with the turnpike fight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Cynthia Rogers. Gary King.
Gary King, Ward 5. I'm here for the rescind of the December 9th Western Farmers and OEC meeting that was held here that was a lot of misled information given to the council. And the graphs in general were from 2 years ago prior to when they updated the stations, the one on Etowah, the one on 156th, and the one on Highway 39 as well. Those stations have been updated, and my question is, if this is for East Norman, why are they running all the wires south? And they're wanting to run the one by my house, across the street, over the top of OG&E wires, head south. And there was another little problem that I have that kind of bothers me, that I've been hearing all these votes, and prior to the votes, other than maybe one on this homeless shelter, none of your votes were verbally cast like mine was from Ward 5 that night, how he was going to vote. And I think it kind of maybe had a kind of made a, you guys, well, that's his ward, that's where it's at. So I thought that was kind of out of line. And we've been talking a lot about storm drainage tonight, but that night on that meeting, it didn't seem to matter much about the storm drainage, contaminated storm drainage. And if you want to talk about some storm drainage, you need to come out there after a rain and see how much water is going through that property, that corner where they have located, they're trying to put this substation. And I think that if this goes through, they're allowed to let this thing be built. I think that a lot of eyes are going to open and see that there was a lot of information that was not true that you guys were told. And I was kind of wondering why the Boy Scouts were here that night. That kind of was like a distraction also. I'm not sure who brought them in, but things didn't add up that night. So, so is this just going to get resent, or is this going to get swept under the rug and forgot about till the smoke clears? And let them do what they want to do, because once they got that granted to be rezoned, in fact, their plans that they represented to you guys even changed from having a storm retention pond. On the set of plans, there's a retention pond on there drawn. So what is this site actually going to look like? Because when it first started in the planning committee, it was a small substation. And now it's like, okay, we're taking the storm drainage pond out. So is it going to be a bigger location now? And they also took more than 2.75 acres. It was 5 acres.
Thank you.
Billy Jewell.
Billy Jewell, Ward 5. I'm standing up here with Gary. I understand that the library being closed makes it difficult to do research, but in the last meeting, I told everyone hazards of living next to an electric substation can be Googled. Did anybody Google it? Did anybody check that out? Two of the biggest hazards are cancer and mental health issues. No one would wish cancer on anyone. Y'all are all passionate about the homeless shelters, the homeless, the mental health with the homeless. But you're skipping all the part about the mental health from this substation and the possibility of Mr. King and his wife having mental health issues. In life, it's okay if you make a bad decision. But what is not okay is if you make a bad decision that could have negative results on another human being and you do nothing to fix it. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Steve Ellis.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. I want to start by recognizing and thanking some of the unsung heroes of the big storm that we just went through. We've heard some of the discussion of some of the people who did great things, and that's important. But somebody who doesn't get mentioned very much were the workers who first were working during the storm, who were on duty at places like gas stations and convenience stores and other public accommodations. And many of them let unhoused folks who didn't otherwise have a place to go ride out the storm in their workplaces. And I think they deserve recognition for being willing to do that. I know of at least one unhoused person, someone who's mentally ill, whose life was almost certainly saved thereby. The story is not entirely mine to tell, but if you have questions, I can tell you later afterwards, after the meeting's over. I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned from the sort of basic humanity of people who were able to do that. And I think among those lessons are that we need to, keep people safe and keep moving them forward, right? You can't get better if you're ground down or killed by your living conditions. So I think it's important for all of us to step up. I'm glad that Norman has the opportunity to sort of step up in this regard. So I hope we'll take it. Excuse me. I promised you that I would talk about the PUD issue, but actually something else came up during the meeting I thought I would point out. Some in the audience may have missed it, but there was a parliamentary maneuver attempted during the shelter item that would have had the effect of cutting off public debate, right? So it's calling the question, open your Robert's rules and learn about that. I want to thank the council as a whole for failing to second that motion, thereby disposing of it. it's important that everybody remember that this is a deliberative body. Sometimes it goes late, because I talk too much, but I think engaging in deliberation is a big part of what deliberative democracy is about. Norman actually has a little bit of a problem, not as much as it used to, thank goodness, with sort of public two-way communication, right? I mean, sometimes it seems to citizens that city council members, sort of sit up silently on the dais and just sort of consult their own little oracle and determine how to vote. Now, I don't think that happens as much as it used to. I think many of you who are on the dais now do a really good job of engaging people and, talking about the decisions that you're making. I think that's really important. But it is also important that we sort of keep that going, right? And moves like calling the question while, public comment is in session are definitely a bad idea. I hope the council sort of adopts it as general policy. You guys might even want to amend your adherence to Robert's rules on that. Maybe you can call the question before public comment stops, but stopping public comment seems like it would be a really, really big mistake. So thank you for not doing that tonight, but let's stay vigilant about that sort of stuff, okay? Thanks.
Thank you.
Paul Wilson.
Paul Wilson, Ward 1. Okay, so I got a couple things. Number one, I know we're turning Gray and eventually Main into two ways, but the one thing I've noticed just in the last few days, and it hasn't even been a busy day, when we get a train and I'm going westbound on Gray right now, everybody's in one line. Do you know how bad it gets backed up? It's to Porter. And I don't see it getting any better, especially if we have a big event like an OU football game, even maybe Norman Music Festival, Med Fair. I could see this going very badly, very quickly, because we want to keep everybody safe. That traffic that normally would go up and down Gray and Main, they're going to go to other streets. They're going to go to possibly residential streets where kids are playing. That's not safe. So we might want to rethink what we're doing on Gray, because when you start adding the backup parking, no offense to the audience, most Oklahomans can't pull into a parking lot straight. Now you're asking them to back up. And there's no room to go around them. If somebody says, oh, I'm going to back up now, and you're too close to them, now they're going to have to go around the block. Yeah, we have it on OU campus, but there's also a lot of room for them to pull off the road and then back in. There won't be that on Gray or Main. The other thing is, as much as I would love to sit there and I am going to thank the city staff for getting the roads cleared, but I'm going to tell you right now, it could have been better. I drive for a living all over the metro. I did it all weekend long, not just in Norman, but the metro. I have seen it on my posts on Facebook that people from upstate New York did not understand why we weren't plowing 24/7. Yes, the snow was coming down. That doesn't stop them there. Why is it stopping us here? Then I was told, well, if I don't like it in Norman and they're not doing a good enough job, why don't I just move to Moore or Oklahoma City? I was told that today by a councilman. Why should I have to move when I can actually want a higher standard for the city I love? Would you move just because your city doesn't do anything? No, you're going to hold the city accountable. I found out Oklahoma City and a lot of the other municipalities, they have contracts with construction companies for storm cleanup, whether it's severe weather or our occasional snowstorm. I don't know about you, but that's a dang good idea. Because they won't use snowplows, they'll use graders. And you do two graders along a road, you're going to clear the snow like that. And when the sun comes out, it'll melt and evaporate and dry. That's why today, when I was driving around, Norman still has snow on the roads. I can show you dash cam video of Oklahoma City where most of the main roads had 0 snow on their thing. And yeah, they're a bigger city. They got a lot more miles of road to do. I even talked to the commissioner for District 2. He had his plows, his county plows, out there 24/7 over the weekend. There's no reason. The only time I ever saw our plows over the weekend was at their barn. The first plow I saw in an ODOT one on 12th.
Thank you.
Mayumi, Windler.
Mayumi Windler, Ward 2. This is the first day I've been out of my house since Friday. When it snows like this, I just don't leave the house because I understand that the roads are going to be bad, and I don't trust anybody else to drive. I spent like a decade or so in Nebraska, and they have real plows. Here we have trucks with flimsy blades on them. I don't know that I've really seen, a real plow here, but that's another thing. But this weekend, the Norman Animal Shelter had this idea of blizzard buddies and posted on Facebook, if anybody wants to take home a shelter animal for the weekend, please come by. They also asked about it in the foster chats, and I don't know, there were like half a dozen people that decided, okay, sure, I'll go grab a dog or something, just for a few days, get them out of the shelter. I picked up a cat. He is not speaking with me. He's just staring at me. But, anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's all, Mayor.
Anyone else from the audience that has not spoken? Seeing none, any final comments from council members? Seeing none? Okay. All right, then, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for watching at home. Thank you, staff. This meeting is adjourned.